possible.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon as our First Minister has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balance stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
About the work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.
Good afternoon. Can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus, and I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. And please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The first item of business this afternoon is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Reverend Anna Rodwell, Minister, Kelso North and Ednam Parish Church in the Scottish Borders.
Hello, a little poetry to start us off in your new session today. Breathes there the man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, this is my own, my native land. Whose heart has ne'er within him burned, when home his footsteps he hath turned, from wandering on a foreign strand. Okay, who wrote that? It's our other national bard, it's Sir Walter Scott, and I'm a borderer. What do you expect? I'm deeply honoured and excited to be given this chance to facilitate a time for reflection, 4 minutes, where we can raise our thoughts above that which we can see and touch and smell. It's a moment to contemplate the numinous. As a Christian, I have to stand ready to account for the hope that is within me. So when asked to address this esteemed Parliament, I thought, what useful can I say to these men and women who hold the fate of this glorious country in their hands? And that's when these words of Sir Walter Scott came to me, because that passion that is present in Scots' words. It's held by so many Scots for this their land of birth or their adopted homeland. It tells of a sense of belonging, a sense of security. But now, at this time, we feel a sense almost of missing peace. And that peace can be spelled either way. There is an angst, a loneliness, a sense of being at sea. And what can we do to help? Well, the Church is an organisation that exists to help those out with its membership. It's there to foster community, to show God's love in words and action, to get alongside people and let them know that they are not alone. And if we are created to live in a relationship with God and in fellowship with one another, there will always be something missing until we enter into that fellowship and into that relationship. So speak to the faith communities in your constituencies. You will be welcomed, and I believe you will find a group of people who are willing to respond to human need with loving service. You'll find a group of people who are passionate about creation and about the earth and how to sustain and nurture life on this planet. You will find a group of people who realise that we are only as great as the least of us. And while any suffer, we all suffer. So fix your eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. For what is seen is temporary, and what is unseen is eternal. I wish you all the best for this, your new session. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Rodwell. We'll now move on to the next item of business. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
I'd like to seek your help in a matter which I believe should concern every one of us as parliamentarians. Last Friday, the First Minister made yet another televised COVID statement and then went on to take questions from journalists. This happened even though Parliament was sitting last Thursday. This is only the latest occasion when the First Minister has chosen to speak to TV cameras rather than come to this chamber to make a statement and take questions from the members of this Parliament. This Parliament should be where these statements are made first. We are elected to hear statements first, and the First Minister should give the Parliament the respect it deserves. So, Presiding Officer, may I ask you three things, very briefly? First, would you please confirm that it is in order for the First Minister to come to this chamber to make government statements, and that it is not in order for the First Minister to ignore this Parliament and make statements instead in front of TV cameras and journalists? Second, if the First Minister was not in a position to make her statement on Thursday, as she may try to offer as an excuse for this apparent disrespect to Parliament, that it would be in order for the First Minister to ask her party's business manager to seek a sitting of Parliament last Friday. And finally, can I ask you, Presiding Officer, to make further representations to the Scottish Government and the First Minister in particular that government statements should be made here first to allow for proper scrutiny and to show respect for our Parliament.
Thank you, and I thank the member for advance notice of the point of order, and I note that these matters were also discussed at Bureau today. And as I outlined at Bureau, it is my expectation that all substantial announcements in relation to COVID-19 are made to the Parliament. Issues relating to the timetabling of business are, in the first instance, a matter for discussion at Bureau and ultimately for the Parliament to decide. And any concerns that members have about the timetabling of business can be raised through their business manager or with me directly. Thank you. Now, the next item of business. Point of order, Neil Bibby.
Thank you, President Officer. I also wish to make a further point of order on this matter. These are extraordinary times, and governments around the world are taking extraordinary measures. That makes accountability and parliamentary scrutiny more important than ever before. Paragraph 3.5 of the Ministerial Code states that when the Parliament is meeting, ministers should ensure that important announcements of government policy are made in the first instance to the Parliament. Our standing orders provide the flexibility to ensure that ministers can meet that obligation under the Code. Where a minister wishes to make a statement of an urgent nature, Rule 13.2 allows them to request time for a parliamentary statement that day. Rule 5.4 makes clear that should emergency business arrive, the presiding officer may allow that business be taken and make necessary alterations to the daily business list. Parliament could also agree to meet out with our usual sitting days if necessary. We recently met for 4 hours on a Friday to elect our deputy presiding officers. We could easily meet on a Friday to consider urgent matters of national importance. Matters of national importance, such as the level of tiered coronavirus restrictions that will apply to our constituents if that was required. When critical announcements and statements from the First Minister are made to a press conference instead of Parliament, members are denied the opportunity to question the First Minister and the Scottish Government about the decisions as the situation develops. There is no reason why Parliament should be denied the opportunity to fulfil our role in holding government to account and to do so in good time. Presiding Officer, I would be grateful if you can confirm there is no barrier to Parliament meeting on a Friday or to the Scottish Government requesting parliamentary time for urgent and emergency business concerning their response to the pandemic, as we all seek to support the country through this crisis.
Thank you. I thank Mr Bibby for his point of order. As I previously said, it is my expectation that all substantial announcements in relation to COVID-19 or indeed on other issues are made to the Parliament. I am absolutely certain that this is an issue we will return to discussing at our next Bureau meeting. As I said previously, issues relating to timetabling are a matter for the Bureau and ultimately for the Parliament to decide. And I thank the member for his point of order. I'll now move to the next item of business, which is topical questions. As ever, in order to get in as many people as possible, I would prefer short and succinct questions and answers to match. And I call for question number 1, Rachael Hamilton.
To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the recent report by the Scottish Children and Young People's Commissioner, which suggests that some at-risk children might have been detained unlawfully in secure accommodation.
Minister Claire Haughey.
Secure care is one of the most intensive and restrictive forms of alternative care in Scotland, and depriving a child of their liberty in secure units, even where this is essential for their safety and welfare, has a profound effect on them. Such decisions should always be legally justifiable, rights-proofed and transparent. The report by the Commissioner highlights significant procedural and notification issues for local authorities and chief social work officers, following the examination of 119 cases of children placed in secure accommodation across 27 local authorities in Scotland during 2018 and 2019. The report also highlights good practice in some areas and pointed to encouraging remedial activities since the fieldwork took place. However, I am very concerned that every child's statutory rights may not have been protected during this time, and I wrote to Chief Social Work Officers yesterday, both to offer support and to seek reassurance that they have, if necessary, amended procedures to comply fully with all regulations. I am also looking to meet with COSLA at the earliest opportunity to discuss this matter further.
Rachael Hamilton.
I thank the Minister for that answer, but this simply is not good enough. As she said, she highlighted the investigator had examined the cases of 118 children between August 2018 and 2019 and found that a significant number had been held unlawfully for at least part of that detention. Some had been held for 570 days. Critically, the report found that children's human rights were breached. There has been a litany of failures, Presiding Officer. There was a severe lack of consultation with the child after their hearing, with little communication to help that child understand why they had been detained, and they could, in fact, have appealed a decision made about them. Children have not only been let down, their rights have been infringed. This is totally unacceptable and morally wrong. Will the Minister today make a public apology to these children who have so badly been let down by this government?
Minister.
Well, as I'm sure the member would be aware, it's the local authority to ensure that they are complying with the law and that chief social work officers are fulfilling their duties. The report highlights inconsistencies around the recording of the engagement with children and young people. I did not detect concerns from the Commissioner's report about the necessity or appropriateness of actual placement decisions. However, timely notifications and record keeping are an important aspect of the process.
Rachael Hamilton.
So, no apology, Minister. The investigation concluded that there's a scrutiny gap in relation to compliance with legal duties, and the Commissioner found it challenging in many cases to piece together key events and decision-making. The report states short-term and longer-term actions that must take place to improve this situation. Moving forward, this cannot happen again to any child, and we need to see change and recommendations of the report implemented in full. The government, your government, must act quickly to resolve this and prevent further unlawful detentions. So, we on these benches echo calls from the Children's Commissioner for an urgent review of practices of local authorities. Will the Minister commit to this in earnest and ensure that both inspection and scrutiny mechanisms are fit for purpose so that they can comply fully with the relevant legal duties and human right obligations?
Minister.
The report asks that the Scottish Government work with partners to consider whether the existing laws is compatible with UNCRC and make any amendments necessary to strengthen legal protections of children's rights. It is important that we get it right for every child, regardless of their circumstances, and we will work closely with COSLA and other partners to ensure there is robust scrutiny and accountability mechanisms in place through individual organisations, multi-agency partnerships and national inspection arrangements.
Thank you. I have a supplementary request from Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to hear that the Minister will write to all Chief Social Work Officers across Scotland, seeking assurance that they have, where necessary, amended their procedure to comply with regulations. Is the Minister aware of any local authorities and Chief Social Work Officers that have already taken steps to review or amend their policies?
Minister.
So I understand from the report that during the investigation, 17 local authorities have already taken steps to review their policy and practice, and that's welcomed, but all local authorities must ensure that they have undertaken a similar process.
Thank you. Question number 2, I call Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on its preparations for Euro 2020, including the fan zone.
Cabinet Secretary Hamza Youssef.
Presiding Officer, we're working closely with the Scottish FA, with Glasgow City Council, Police Scotland and other partners on preparations for Euro 2020, including the 4 matches at Hampden Park and Glasgow Green fan zone. The situation with the virus will be continually reviewed in the run-up to and, of course, during the tournament, taking into account the latest scientific and clinical advice and indeed local information that we get on the ground. In relation to the fan zone, I understand the concerns that some have expressed, especially in light of the hard sacrifices everyone has made. The proposal for a fan zone is not about prioritising football over other priorities. It's about seeking to cater in as safe a way as possible for fans who want to watch the matches. However, I want to give an assurance that these decisions are made carefully and with full account taken of clinical advice. In the case of the fan zone, it will provide an outdoor, highly regulated space for fans to watch the tournament. Although there will be up to 3,000 people in attendance per session, this is in a large outdoor space with a normal capacity for up to 80,000 people. Necessary physical distancing and hygiene measures will, of course, also be in place. We're encouraging everyone to make regular use of lateral flow device tests, and we're in discussion with Glasgow City Council about how to reinforce this message for everyone in attendance in the fan zone. To conclude, I want to make it clear that the situation with the virus, the application of necessary mitigations and the actual experience of the event will be monitored on an ongoing basis. Any changes considered necessary will be made, up to and including withdrawing permission should significant concerns arise.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. We are now just days away from Scotland's men's team appearing at their first tournament for 23 years, and at Hampden of all places. This should kickstart a summer of great sport and activity from the grassroots to elite level. After 15 months of being locked out of events, and the prospect is an exciting one, but people expect this to be done in the safest way possible. Asymptomatic testing has been an integral part of trial events across the United Kingdom, including entry to the FA Cup final last month. These Euro 2020 events are being advertised as taking place in a COVID-secure environment, but without the COVID status of every participant being known, there is no way on earth of verifying that security. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, why has the government decided that mandatory testing is not necessary for the fan zone or the games at Hampden?
Thank you, and I would appreciate short questions and answers, please. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, of course, we will continue these discussions with Glasgow City Council, but there are issues around mandatory testing which can't be ignored. For example, there are some people who cannot do a mandatory test, possibly because of a medical condition or a disability. In addition to that, of course, there are ethical considerations that I know his party has raised on COVID vaccine certificates. Some of those same concerns would also apply when it came to making tests mandatory. So there are equality issues there. There's also issues around digital exclusion. So if you had to present, for example, a text or email confirming your negative test, that might exclude people who are digitally excluded already. So these are issues that we have to work through. We will reinforce with Glasgow City Council the message about testing before arrival. In fact, Glasgow City Council, I spoke to them this morning, will email every single ticket holder via their ticketing company. They will not only encourage those individuals to test before arrival, but will include a link where they can order the lateral flow devices. And I would encourage every single person that has a ticket to any session of the fan zone to please test before arrival. You can get that lateral flow device ordered to your home if necessary, or pick it up from the multiple sites right across the country.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm grateful again for that answer. And with respect to the Cabinet Secretary, all of these issues, the human rights issues and indeed inclusion issues, have been successfully resolved south of the border. Hospitality businesses across Scotland have had a punishing time, especially in Glasgow. They've invested thousands in safety measures only to be shut for months. The rules remain tight and they're not even allowed to advertise the fact that they are showing the tournament there. The last thing they want to see is the progress we've made undone by a third wave. So you can understand their concern about a temporary event on their doorstep, able to accommodate thousands of people for 31 days straight. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what reassurance his government will give to those businesses and what additional measures his government will take to mitigate any impact on them should a third wave hit Glasgow as a result of the fan zone?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I say to Alex Cole-Hamilton that of course I recognise the concerns that have been raised by hospitality in Glasgow. There are a range of mitigations in place. Again, I emphasise that although there will be 3,000 people per session, the space is large enough to accommodate 80,000. Don't think of this as your kind of traditional fan zone that you might have seen, for example, during the Champions League final just a couple of weeks ago. But actually, it's a family event. There will be areas where families can participate in, for example, football pitches will be available, tennis courts will be available there. There will be a picnic area, again, where people can sit in their family bubbles. And in terms of mitigation, there's a lot of mitigation around, I know, where there's concerns with the service of alcohol. There is table service only, for example. There's no queuing bars allowed. No spirits will be served on match day. There will be, all spectators, as you'd imagine, would have to complete the test and protect information. And the clinical advice I've received with all these mitigations in place, and I'm happy to write to Alex Cole-Hamilton with further details of all the mitigation that is in place, is that this event should be a low-risk event. But I go back to my original answer. We will monitor this on an ongoing basis. And if necessary, if we have to introduce even further mitigation, we will do so. And if we have serious concerns, of course, then we reserve the right to withdraw permission for the fan zone.
Thank you. Question number 3, Pauline McNeill.
To ask the Scottish Government what action it will take to increase Police Scotland's capacity to tackle online crime in light of the reports of a 6% year-on-year increase in online child sex abuse crimes.
Cabinet Secretary Keith Brown.
We continue to tackle child sexual abuse and exploitation by building on the work delivered over the last 4 years through the National Action Plan to prevent and tackle child sexual exploitation. So, additional funding was made available to Police Scotland for enhanced enforcement activity in direct response to the increase in reporting of online child sexual abuse during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Scottish Government continues to support Police Scotland's response, ensuring that hundreds of children have been safeguarded by police enforcement. We are also collaborating with third sector and operational partners to engage the public and raise awareness about the dangers of online abuse, including running successful communications campaigns earlier this year which connected with hundreds of thousands of Scots. The member will know the regulation of the internet and online service providers remain a reserved matter, but we continue to work closely with the UK Government and Ofcom in developing proposals to introduce better safety measures online, including close close liaison with the UK Government on the forthcoming online safety legislation. And finally, the member will know that operational decisions in relation to specific offences are for the Chief Constable.
Pauline McNeill.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. A total of 1,966 online child sex abuse crimes were logged by Police Scotland. It's 25% greater on the 5-year average, which is concerning, and police officers have warned that parents should be particularly vigilant when it comes to apps like TikTok in particular. BuzzFeed reported recently one of the most popular kinds of videos from TikTok users, who are mostly young and female, are lip-sync videos where they dance and sing along with their favourite songs. These performances are sometimes sexualised by older men who lurk on the app, sending young creators explicit messages. And so I ask the Government what they are doing to increase awareness amongst both parents and children of online grooming on sites such as TikTok, to ensure that children develop online safety skills, because clearly these figures are not coming down.
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank the member for a supplementary question and say that I've mentioned already the communications campaigns which Police Scotland have run, and those will continue to run, and to address some of the points which she raises. She may be aware of some of the proposed provisions within the UK's online safety bill, which will seek to address some of these issues. So, sanctions of 10% of turnover and the blocking of sites for firms who fail to protect users. The UK will reserve the power for senior managers to be held liable. Also, new regulations applying to any company in the world hosting user-generated content online, accessible by people in the UK, or enabling them to privately or publicly interact with others online, to go back to the point the member made. So I should say we are very supportive of this. The NSPCC, who may have prompted the member's question by an article in the Herald, have also raised this issue, are very clear the UK Government should proceed with this and deliver on its promise, and we will encourage them to do just that.
Pauline McNeill.
Thank the Cabinet Secretary for answering what would have been my supplementary question, but he was aware that Frank Hohen, Chairman of Amber Alert Europe, said that often the signs remain unnoticed until it's too late, and we want to make sure that children and young people are aware of the fact that online is not everything that it seems. So I welcome the fact that finally the UK has brought forward this bill, and I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary could commit to the Parliament to making sure that he updates us on the progress and ensure that the Scottish Government is fully satisfied that it deals with these points.
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm more than happy to give that commitment to the member, but in the meantime, as I say, we will continue to ensure the police have the resources that they want, support the police's independence in relation to this, increase the communications campaign which I've mentioned and the members mentioned as a danger to young people, and encourage the UK Government to progress the online safety bill which they have committed to providing.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. The next item of business, point of order.
Presiding Officer, topical questions are on topics that are very current and require urgent answers. I appreciate at the start of topical questions there was a couple of points of order that had to be dealt with, but surely there has to be flexibility within the programme to allow us to ask the questions that our constituents have asked us to ask the Government here. It can't be right that we cut topical questions by as much as it has been.
I thank Mr Whittle for his point of order. I appreciate his frustration. We had a couple of points of order which did indeed bite into time, but I will certainly give his comments full consideration. Thank you very much indeed. The next item of business is a statement by Nicola Sturgeon on a COVID-19 update. The First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions, and I call on Nicola Sturgeon.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. At the outset of the statement today, I can confirm that there will be no immediate changes to the COVID levels of protection that currently apply to different parts of the country. However, I will provide a general update on the state of the pandemic, and of course I will address any question that members have. Firstly, though, let me report on today's statistics. Yesterday there was a total of 695 positive cases reported, which is 5% of the total number of tests, and the number of confirmed cases in Scotland now stands at 241,864. There are 121 people currently in hospital, which is one fewer than yesterday, and 12 people in intensive care, which is the same number as yesterday. I'm also pleased to report that no deaths were reported over the course of yesterday, which means that the total number of deaths registered under the daily definition remains 7,677. And once again, my deepest condolences go to all those who have lost a loved one. Let me turn now to the vaccination programme. It is now exactly 6 months since the first COVID vaccine was administered, and progress then has been remarkable. As of 7:30 this morning, 3,403,866 people across Scotland have received their first dose of the vaccine. That's an increase of 17,545 since yesterday. And most importantly, it means that almost exactly 3/4 of the adult population in Scotland has now received a first dose of vaccine. In addition, 30,944 people received a second dose yesterday, and that brings the total number of second doses administered to 2,282,203. And that means more than half of the adult population is now fully vaccinated with 2 doses. These are significant and I think they're really heartening milestones, and as ever I want to thank everyone involved in delivering the vaccination programme across the country. Last week, the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency approved the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine for use amongst 12 to 15-year-olds. That is also really good news, as it indicates that that particular vaccine is safe for use in children of that age. The Scottish Government is now awaiting advice from the Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation on the vaccination of children in those age groups. I'm sure everybody will agree that it is vital that we continue to rely on expert advice in all of our vaccination decisions. However, vaccination may very well be a really important way of giving children greater protection, minimising any further disruption to schooling, and also further reducing community transmission of COVID. And so I can confirm that if the JCVI does recommend the use of the vaccine for children aged 12 and over, we will move as quickly as practically possible to implement their advice. For the moment, however, we continue to focus on vaccinating all adults as quickly as possible. This remains absolutely crucial in the race we are in between the virus and the vaccines. As today's figures show, case numbers in Scotland do continue to rise. In the last week, in fact, they have increased by approximately 50%. Over the past 7 days, there's been a net increase of 5,475 new cases. This is a rise from 3,728 in the 7 days prior to that. Now, this will partly be a consequence of restrictions easing. It's always the case, and we have always made this clear, that as we start interacting more, the virus does have more opportunities to spread. But the recent rise is also being driven by the more transmissible Delta variant, which now accounts for the majority of all new cases being reported. However, although cases are rising, the key question is the extent to which vaccination is weakening the link between the increase in new cases and an increase in serious health harms. We continue to assess this data very closely, and at this stage it's important to be very clear. We remain optimistic that vaccination will allow us to move progressively to a less restrictive way of dealing with COVID. We already have evidence that 2 doses of vaccine does give protection against serious illness, even with the new Delta variant. And as I confirmed earlier, more than half of the adult population in Scotland has now had 2 doses. That includes more than 90% of people aged over 60 and more than 80% of those over 50. And of course, these are the age groups most at risk of falling seriously ill if they get the virus. As I indicated last week, it does appear that vaccination may be reducing the proportion of people who require hospital treatment as a result of COVID. At the start of the year, around 10% of new COVID cases were admitted to hospital. Over the course of May, that was 5%. That said, it's important that we continue to monitor this data so that the full impact of the Delta variant can be properly assessed. There's also encouraging evidence that the length of time people are spending in hospital is reducing. So taking all of that into account, and just as we all hoped, vaccination may well be giving us more scope to ease restrictions and therefore reduce the social, economic and wider health harms that the response to the virus so far has caused. However, while all of these signs are very positive indeed, there is of course a need for continued caution, especially while a significant proportion of the population has not yet had both doses and so remain more vulnerable to becoming ill and needing hospital treatment. The number of people in hospital may not be rising as quickly as the number of new cases, but even so, it has roughly doubled in the past month. If cases continue to rise, we will see that trend continue. And even though, on average, people may be spending less time in hospital, it's still the case that if you do end up in hospital because of COVID, the virus has made you seriously unwell. And of course, in some cases, those who suffer from long COVID, for example, you can be seriously ill without ever having to go to hospital. So in summary, our position is still fragile. Case numbers are higher than we would like. The virus does still cause serious health harm. And of course, it still has the potential to put pressure on our health service. That's why we must continue to assess the data carefully as we make decisions about whether and when to ease restrictions further. But on the upside, and I want to stress, I think it is a very significant upside, the vaccines do appear to be doing their jobs, and that should give us all firm grounds for optimism. And it is, of course, why our top priority and a key consideration in our future decisions remains the speed at which we can vaccinate people so that as many as possible get the added protection against serious illness as quickly as possible. Now, while it is the vaccines that are offering us real hope for the future, it remains the case that we all have a role to play in getting us back to normal. So I want to finish by reiterating the 3 key requests that are being made of all of us. Firstly, please do get tested regularly. Free lateral flow tests are available through the NHS Inform website so that you can take a test twice a week, and I strongly encourage everyone to do that. Taking a test tells us if we might have the virus, even if we don't have the symptoms of it. And of course, if you test positive, please make sure you self-isolate and get the lateral flow result confirmed through a PCR test. That is vitally important. The more we all do tests, the more cases we can find and the more we can break chains of transmission. Secondly, make sure that you do get vaccinated when you're invited to do so, and please make sure you attend for both doses. If you need to rearrange an appointment, or if you think you should have had an invitation by now and want to check up on that, or if you're aged 18 to 29 and haven't yet registered for your appointment to make sure all your details are up to date, please go to the vaccination section of the NHS Inform website. Getting vaccinated is in our own best interest. Whatever age we are, it will make it less likely that we become seriously ill from COVID. But it also helps us protect each other. Getting vaccinated is likely to be the single most important thing most of us will do this year to protect our family, our friends and our neighbours. So please, when it is your turn, roll up your sleeve and get the jags. And finally, please continue to stick to the rules where you live and follow all of the public health advice. I know that this becomes more and more difficult as time goes on, and I also know that as restrictions ease bit by bit and we try to get back to normal, any apparent anomalies in the rules and advice can be frustrating. We are trying to strike the best and the most appropriate balance overall, but I readily concede that it is not perfect. However, there are some principles that we can and should all follow. Meet outdoors as much as possible. No environment is ever entirely risk-free in any sense, but in relation to COVID, meeting people outdoors does pose less risk than meeting indoors. If you are meeting indoors, though, please stick to the limits and make sure the room is as well ventilated as possible. And please continue to follow advice on physical distancing, hand washing and face coverings. All of us long to see the back of all of these mitigations, but for now, basic measures to prevent transmission are really important and effective against all variants of the virus. So in summary and conclusion, please get tested regularly, get vaccinated when you're asked to do so, and continue to follow the public health guidance. If we all do that, we will help keep the virus under control while the vaccination programme continues to do its work. And that will help keep ourselves and each other safe and maximise, I hope, the opportunity of a summer of fewer restrictions and much greater freedom.
Thank you. The First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 40 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. And it would be helpful if members who wish to ask a question were to press the request to speak buttons now. And I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Today is exactly 6 months since the first person here in Scotland and others across the United Kingdom began to be vaccinated against COVID-19. And I think it is a moment for us all to pause and reflect on the huge success of the vaccination programme and express our thanks to the NHS, the volunteers and the British Armed Forces, who have ensured that 75% of adults in Scotland are now protected with the first dose of the vaccine and 50% are protected with both doses. It's also encouraging that younger people may soon be able to safely get the COVID vaccine as well. And that's because the vaccination scheme is our route out of both the restrictions and this pandemic. So I hope that once the JCVI make their recommendations on the safety of this use for 12 to 15-year-olds, we're able to make swift progress so that young people's education is not disrupted any further. Just last week, the First Minister outlined in her statement to Parliament, when she was announcing that many areas of Scotland would remain in level 2 rather than move to level 1 as they had expected, she said, and I quote, "We could still see a significant burden of illness and death and severe pressure on our NHS. Yet a week on, we've heard nothing from the First Minister or her government back up that claim. We are at a difficult point in this pandemic when we need the public on side with the restrictions they continue to live with. Yet we are not hearing from the government evidence to support very strong statements such as the significant burden of illness and death and severe pressure on the NHS. And this statement as a whole is telling for what it misses out and who it ignores. Nothing for people protesting outside the Parliament today about the restrictions of play centres. Nothing for venues confused why numbers for christenings are more limited than those for comedy shows. Nothing for couples frustrated that their wedding numbers had to be limited to just 50 at the last minute. And nothing for parents who want to be there in person to be with their young children as they graduate from nursery, primary school. The First Minister referenced apparent anomalies in the rules, but she hasn't said anything about what she'll do about those, if anything. So can I ask the First Minister, will she explain to people and businesses who are left wondering why 6,000 people can attend a fan zone without mandatory testing, while the limits on weddings, christenings and hospitality in general remain so strict? Will she re-examine the limits on weddings and funerals for areas in level 2? What specific reasons are there for the ongoing restrictions to soft play centres who are currently protesting outside? And this is an answer I think they will listen to closely. And finally, will she agree to find a solution so that parents can see their young children graduate from nursery to primary school?
First Minister. Presiding Officer, I'll do my best to address all of these points. But the one thing I would say in an overarching sense is none of this is easy. And these decisions, they require good quality clinical advice, but they also require judgment and the ability sometimes to make decisions that people don't want to hear, because this is really difficult, and to try to navigate our way through this in a way that shows as much leadership as possible. And that's what I'll continue to do, and continue to be accountable and to do my best to explain decisions to people across the country. On the issue of vaccination, we are already doing the planning to extend the vaccination programme to children over 12, should the JCVI recommend that. Of course, it's the MHRA that opines on the safety on balance of the vaccination. The JCVI have got to look at the clinical implications of vaccination, the priorities in terms of order of the population versus the supply, and other matters like that. All of us across the UK, all 4 nations, followed the JCVI advice, and it's right and proper that we do so. But in anticipation of the JCVI giving the go-ahead to vaccination of over 12s, we've already started that planning, and as I said in my statement, we will move to implement any such advice as quickly as possible. But it is important that we continue to follow clinical prioritisation. That's why we started with the frailest, oldest people and have worked our way down the age cohorts, making sure that those with underlying health conditions of whatever age they are get vaccinated as quickly as possible. In relation to the second point raised by Douglas Ross, which I have to say I kind of struggle to understand, but I'm going to do my best. I said last week, and I don't think there is a leader of any government anywhere in the UK or anywhere in the world who would say anything different. As we face rising cases again, and while we are still learning about the efficacy of the virus, it is the case that rising cases, particularly while we have a significant proportion of the population not fully vaccinated, rising cases could lead to a significant burden of illness, hospitalisation and death. The operative word there is could. Clearly, I don't want to ever be standing here bearing out that statement, because I really hope that doesn't happen. And what we do, Douglas Ross said he hasn't heard anything from the government since I made that statement last week. That's just factually wrong. We publish every single day the numbers who are in hospital and the numbers who are in intensive care and the numbers who are losing their life to this virus. So people can see on a daily basis what is happening in terms of the burden of hospitalisation, those needing intensive care and those dying from this illness. Now, in my view, one person losing their life is one too many, but we can see at this early stage a weakening of the link between rising cases and the burden of illness. But we have to be cautious, because it is too early to be absolutely definitive that this new variant won't change that dynamic. Secondly, even if we are seeing that link continue to break, as long as we still have a proportion of the population not fully vaccinated, a proportion of them ending up in hospital would still create a significant burden in our health service. So we have to look at this carefully. All of the evidence so far is positive, but it would be utterly irresponsible to deny the potential reality of the rise in cases we are seeing now causing that increased burden, and we monitor that and publish data on a daily basis. And if Douglas Ross wants to listen to the Prime Minister and indeed to the Prime Minister's clinical advisers south of the border, I suspect he's more likely to listen to them than he is to listen to me. He will hear pretty much the same calculations and considerations underway as they have to make a decision next week about whether to go ahead with the next round of planned easing in England on the 21st of June. So we're all grappling with this, and to try to do it to the best of our ability takes that recognition and that attempt to show strong and clear leadership to people, which I think is incumbent actually on all leaders, not just those of us in government. In relation to soft play, the clinical advice that the government has had is that given the indoor environment, and there is a big difference between indoor and outdoor environments, but the indoor environment coupled with the particular characteristics of soft play mean that it continues to pose a risk. Of course, soft plays in level 1 areas can reopen, and we hope more parts of the country over the next few weeks will go to level 1. The Finance Secretary set out an intention to continue to provide financial support in the meantime. I wish everywhere could open immediately, but I have a duty to try to do this in a way that keeps people as safe as possible. And that means continuing to consider things in the round. There will always be apparent anomalies. I wish there weren't, and we try to avoid that. But as we try bit by bit, step by step, to get the country back to normal, we have to make sure we are striking the right overall balance. It's not easy, I'm afraid, but it is necessary, and it's the job I am determined to continue to do. Anna Sarwar.
I thank the First Minister for a prior sight of her statement, and 6 months on from the first vaccine, can I thank our vaccinators and our volunteers for giving our country hope. While there are definitely signs of progress, the rise in cases and the increase in hospitalisations shows that we can't be complacent, and we must accelerate our response. Is the First Minister still intending to review the next stage of easing of the restrictions on the 28th of July? And if so, will she commit to an ambitious target of double dosing everyone aged over 40 and at least one dose for everyone aged over 18 by that date? Our target was 400,000 vaccinations a week. I want us to hit that target and go beyond that target to make that a reality. Can we also, in those areas where there is a high turnover rate in terms of property turnover and low attendance rate, can we ramp up opening of walk-in vaccination centres so people can access those vaccinations without requiring a letter, so we can continue to go forwards and not backwards? And on the issue of soft plays, I think it's really important that we maintain public trust throughout the response to this pandemic. And the way we do that is maintaining strong communications, but also consistency of decision-making. So does she recognise why the soft play industry believe there is an inconsistency in decision-making, given what's happening south of the border and what's happening in Scotland? Will she agree to meet with them and to work with them so they can safely reopen their premises in level 2, like other parts of the UK, so we can save jobs, protect Scotland's economy and get our country's mental health and well-being back on track?
First Minister. I'll address most of those points. Can I just say, firstly, and I mean this really sincerely, last week at First Minister's Questions, Anna Sarwar as he is entitled to do, posed a series of questions to me which criticised me for, in his words, it's not necessarily a characterisation I would accept, but in his words, simply following what was happening south of the border in an earlier stage of the pandemic. Now, he stands here and says, why am I not just doing exactly the same as south of the border? So we have to take decisions based on our own clinical advice that we think are right. What I do recognise is that people do see perceived inconsistencies. Sometimes they will be right, and we have amended things in the past with particular premises where it did appear to be genuinely inconsistent. Sometimes the inconsistency will be perceived because there is a good reason why soft play, for example, cannot open in level 2 while other things can. I absolutely accept there is a need to communicate that as clearly as possible, but I also accept if you're running a business that remains closed, that is always understandably going to be very difficult to accept, and I really do appreciate that. But the important thing here is trying to navigate our way through this as safely as possible. At every stage of this, it has been the case that if we simply opened up everything, we would be overwhelming our ability to cope. So we sometimes have to be limited in what we do, recognising that we have to continue, and Anna Sarah was saying, is work with people and compensate people, and I accept that, and we will continue to seek to do that. On the issues of vaccination, we are vaccinating as quickly as our supplies allow. I would love us to be doing more, but the constraining factor is the supply. So we are the latest seven-day rolling total number of new first and second doses is 343,548. We will get that above that if supplies allow. So that is what is limiting our speed of vaccination, but our speed of vaccination is very fast. So if you look at first doses, people over 60, pretty much 100%, 99, 100% done. Over 50, 50 to 54, 93% done. 40 to 49, 86%. 30 to 39, 58%. Even in the 18 to 29-year-old age group, 27% have had their first doses. Over 50, 50% have had the second dose, so are fully vaccinated. But again, in the younger age groups, 40 to 49, already 29% have had the second dose, 20% of 30 to 39-year-olds and 14% of 18 to 29-year-olds. So we will speed that up as much as supplies allow us to do. And on the point of review, it's 28th of June that the next dazing is, and I know that was simply a slip, but just to be clear, 28th of June, and I will set out in Parliament on the 21st of June what our expectation is of going ahead or not, or to what extent we will go ahead, and that will be informed by the latest data. Between now and then, of course, as far and as quickly as supplies allow, we will be getting as many people as possible vaccinated, not just with one, but with 2 doses.
Patrick Harvey.
Thank you. The First Minister refers again, as she has in the past, to the race between the vaccine and the virus. I think it should be clear to us all by now that a global pandemic is the kind of race where we only win when everybody wins. We're only safe when everybody is safe. Does the First Minister therefore support the open letter that's been written by UNICEF and supporters to the leaders of the G7, about the global vaccination programme for developing countries? COVAX, they point out, is 190 million doses short of where it needs to be. And if developing countries with more limited health infrastructure get large numbers of vaccine doses late, that won't lead to mass vaccination, it will lead to mass wastage. So what response does the First Minister hope will come from the G7 leaders to this call for earlier, larger scale and more predictable donations of vaccine by rich countries to developing countries? And how can Scotland's voice be added to the call for greater ambition on the global aspects of this pandemic?
First Minister.
So, yes, I do broadly support the terms of the UNICEF letter, and I hope to see coming out of the G7 an agreement that there is a real responsibility on the part of the G7 to help speed up vaccination, not just in the countries of the G7, but globally as well. And I will continue to add as loudly as I can Scotland's voice to that. I think in summary, Presiding Officer, we need to seek to do two things: make sure that the supplies of the vaccine that are available in the world are as equitably as possible distributed. And I think we've got to avoid the risk of false choices being put before us. The supplies through the very good procurement that the UK has done mean that we shouldn't see this as a choice between, for example, vaccinating children and playing our part in helping global vaccination. But the second thing we need to do is support efforts to ramp up production of vaccinations in as many parts of the world as possible. It is absolutely the case that while of course we are really focused on vaccinating our own population as quickly as possible, because that is our first contribution to ending this global pandemic, we will not end the pandemic until the whole world manages to exit from it. And the best chance we have of exiting from it is through mass vaccination. So we've all got a part to play in that, and the richest countries in the world have a real model obligation to lead that effort.
Call Willie Rennie.
It's Carers Week, but 72% of unpaid carers have not had a break since the pandemic began. Last week, I asked the First Minister to reopen day services for adults with special needs. In response, the relevant minister issued a new letter today, but with a link to the old guidance. So nothing has really changed in the last week. And it makes no difference what level you live in. The barriers to reopening are just the same. People are getting desperate. So will the government issue new guidance to give local authorities the clarity that they need to get these services open once again?
First Minister.
I understand the desire for that. I share the desire for that. I would simply, as I have done on previous occasions, ask Willie Rennie to accept that there is no minister in the government that is somehow standing in the way of that for any other reason than the clinical position will still be that we need to be cautious and take precautions. Yes, we will get to a position of issuing new guidance, more permissive guidance as quickly as possible. And I've said very clearly and repeat again today that we need to prioritise things like that. But nobody is trying to hold up moves like this for any other reason than trying to keep the most vulnerable in our society as safe as possible. But I'll make sure that the health ministers look again at this issue, given that it's been raised again, to see whether it is possible to speed that up, to go more quickly and to have more distinction between the different levels of protection that apply.
Thank you. I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Annie Wells.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. 16.1% of all jobs created in the UK last year through foreign direct investment were generated in Scotland, some 4,500, remarkable in a pandemic year. Given that across the 12 nations and regions of the UK, Scotland has attracted the second highest number of overseas-backed investments after London in every year since 2014, does the First Minister agree it's time for unionist politicians to dispense with the scarce stories about this government's commitment to independence deterring investment, desist from talking down Scotland and back the outward-looking, creative and innovative nation that Scotland is as we recover from COVID-19?
I would suggest perhaps that the member is straying beyond the bounds of this statement. If the First Minister has a relevant response to the statement that may help Mr Gibson.
I would say, Presiding Officer, with your permission, I think yesterday's EY Scotland Attractiveness Survey should be welcomed by everybody across the chamber, and we should actually bring ourselves to come together to welcome it, because what it does show is that in the face of a global pandemic, Scotland remained the top UK inward investment destination outside of London, and indeed that's been the case for 8 of the last 10 years. And we also managed to grow our inward investment at a time when it shrunk across the UK as a whole. So whatever our different political viewpoints, whatever our different ambitions for the country, surely in the face of this really tough time that we are facing as a country, we can all come together to welcome some thoroughly good news for the Scottish economy.
Thank you. I call Annie Wells to be followed by Bob Doris.
Presiding Officer, recent figures showed that fewer than 1 in every 20 pupils in S3 to S6 took part in the COVID-19 testing programme, and for younger secondary pupils, uptake was just 6.3%. And worryingly, despite being in the grip of an outbreak, rates of asymptomatic testing in schools in Glasgow were the lowest in the country. Given recent warnings from public health experts that school children are driving the epidemic in Scotland, what action will the First Minister take to ensure that there is an adequate testing regime in place?
First Minister.
There is an adequate testing regime in place. All senior school pupils are able to access tests, and many do. And while we cannot mandate and force young people to take the test, all of us, and I would include all members of this Parliament in our own constituencies, can encourage young people to do that. Like many other people across the chamber, I have family members in that age cohort that Annie Wells mentioned there. I know that for young people, taking a lateral flow, for any of us, taking a lateral flow test is not something we really want to have to do, but it is important because it helps to determine whether somebody might have the virus, even if they're shown no symptoms, and then all of the other protections can flow in behind that. So, you know, like many of this, I don't have a magic wand to make 100% of young people take these tests, but I will continue to encourage them to do so. They are available, they are easily available, and it really matters that people do so. I would ask Annie Wells and others across the chamber to echo that, to add their voices to that, and let's get uptake as high as we possibly can.
Bob Doris, to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Presiding Officer, I pay tribute to the work of NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde Partners for the delivery of the vaccine programme in Glasgow. In recent days, I've been contacted by a small number of constituents who've approached me who have about to approach or past their 12-week period for their second vaccination. I appreciate there will always be occasions where a small number of appointments don't run smoothly during any mass vaccination campaign, but can I ask the First Minister to work with NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde to ensure this does not become a particular issue in the city that I represent, and that such instances are resolved quickly? And can I ask what information is available as to the efficacy of a second vaccination administered beyond 12 weeks?
First Minister.
This is a really important issue, and I want to start by giving an assurance that we do work closely with health boards on this issue. I think the first thing to say is that in line with the latest advice from the JCVI, where vaccine supplies allow, we are bringing forward, or health boards are bringing forward, the second dose of vaccine from 12 weeks to 8 weeks, and many of us will know people who've had their second dose accelerated to within that timescale. However, and Bob Doris is right to say in a programme of this scale, there will always be small numbers that don't get what we want them to get or what we think they should have done. We are aware of a small percentage of the overall vaccinated population who've had to wait longer than 12 weeks for their second dose. For those whose second dose of the vaccine does run beyond the 12-week point, we encourage them to make contact with their local health board or attend one of the drop-in clinics that a number of local authorities are running. There will be a variety of reasons why that small number have not had their second dose within 12 weeks. But get in touch with your local health board, check through the NHS Inform website in order that that can be rectified. In response to the last part of Bob Doris's question, while we do want people to be vaccinated within 12 weeks and, as far as supplies allow, now within that 8-week timescale, it is important to note that receiving a second dose beyond 12 weeks doesn't pose any clinical risk, and therefore, if somebody goes beyond that 12 weeks, there's no need to recommence the whole vaccination cycle.
Thank you. Jackie Bailey, to be followed by Christine Graham.
Can I welcome the news that the Pfizer vaccine has been approved for use in children aged 12 to 15. The First Minister will know of the case of Katie Steele, a young girl with cerebral palsy. Katie missed all of her second year at school and has barely been in during this academic year. And she is not alone. Katie's life and her family's lives would be transformed if she got the vaccine. So, subject to the JCVI decision, will the First Minister commit to vaccinating all children in the 12 to 15 age group before schools return in August, and specifically prioritise vulnerable young people like Katie?
First Minister. I would absolutely love to stand here and give that commitment, and I know of Katie and I know how important it is to her and indeed to her family and families of young people like her to get vaccinated as quickly as possible. I also know that people would agree that it should not be for me with no clinical qualifications to decide who gets vaccinated when. That's why expert advice is really important. There's a couple of issues that we have to await. First of those is the JCVI advice. They will advise on whether and in what order and to what extent we should commence the vaccination of children over the age of 12. But of course the other issue, which means that I cannot right now give that commitment in terms of the return of schools, is that the speed at which we will do that will be dependent on the supply of vaccine. At this stage, and I hope this is something that changes on the upside, but at this stage the MHRA advice is only for the Pfizer vaccine, so it is only that one manufacturer that at this stage would be available for that, and supplies are not limitless, so we don't yet know exactly what the supplies would be in order for us to set out exactly how long it will take to vaccinate that section of the population. It may be, and I don't know because I have to wait and see the JCVI advice, that just as with the adult population, they recommend an order of priority for children over the age of 12, and that may take account of underlying health conditions and other factors. But as soon as we have that advice, as soon as we have a clearer line of sight about supplies, we will inform Parliament of what our expectations are and what the likely timescale of any such extension is likely to be.
Thank you. Before I take the next member, I have much interest in the statement and the desire to ask questions from across the chamber. I'd be very grateful for shorter questions and responses, and I call Christine Graham.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll certainly try to comply. First Minister, can I ask if there will be a review of the vaccination status scheme, as I have constituents who are awaiting their second vaccination appointments, didn't receive these, logged on to check their own vaccination status to find out erroneously it had recorded they had been vaccinated a second time. And then they had to go through the helpline and all that. So can I ask if there's to be an assessment of the whole vaccination programme and if that can be taken into account? Minority though it is, it matters.
First Minister.
It will be a small minority, but every individual cares deeply about their ability to get vaccinated. NHS staff work to absolutely minimise any errors in recording and also work to rectify issues when they're identified. We are aware of some challenges that a small number of users have faced with the service, for example, where their first dose has been recorded twice in error, and where any cases like that are identified, the NHS works to resolve them as quickly as possible. We understand that even in cases where someone's first dose has been marked on the individual's record twice, this should not prevent an appointment for a second dose being generated. Of course, wider work is underway to ensure that records are accurate and amended in ways which are auditable and have clinical oversight. And of course, in due course, our focus right now is on vaccinating people, but in due course we want to have a review of this first vaccination programme, because I suspect this will be a regular vaccination programme in the years ahead.
Donald Cameron, to be followed by Joe Fitzpatrick.
Thank you. Many cultural venues and festival organisers are understandably frustrated by the perceived inconsistency in physical distancing rules. In hospitality venues, people can be sat 1 metre from another without a face covering, but in cultural venues, people must keep 2 metres apart and wear a face covering. Will the First Minister commit to urgently reviewing this discrepancy, especially in light of the various summer festivals which are about to occur across Scotland?
First Minister. I'm sure Donald Cameron is aware, because I'm pretty sure I said it during last week's statement, we are currently undertaking a general review of physical distancing, and we will set out the conclusions of that as soon as possible.
Joe Fitzpatrick, to be followed by Sarah Boyack.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. With COVID cases rising more steeply in some areas, including in parts of Tayside, can the First Minister advise what lessons have been learned from those areas that have recent experience of dealing with rising case numbers, such as Glasgow and Moray, and whether similar public health measures are being implemented and considered in my constituency in Dundee and neighbouring areas to tackle our concerning rise in case numbers?
First Minister.
Well, the incident management team is actively managing the situation in Tayside, and I'm grateful for their hard work. That includes deployment of mobile testing unit, targeted engagement through schools and community outreach, and of course the continued vaccination drive. There is, and I said this last week, there's a massive opportunity to share learning. To support this, the Scottish Government has developed an outbreak management toolkit for local authorities and other partners. That toolkit was shared last week. It includes practical material on enhanced testing, accelerated vaccination and a communications toolkit to support local messaging, and that draws on practical material shared by colleagues in Glasgow. Public Health Scotland continues to support lessons learned activity, and the National Incident Management Team provides regular opportunity for each of the 14 health boards to share experience too.
Sarah Boyack, to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
First Minister. First Minister, given that Edinburgh's incidence of COVID numbers is now overtaking Glasgow in terms of numbers per 100,000 over the last 7 days, when will walk-in clinics be available for people aged over 18 to access vaccines urgently? And what monitoring and testing is now being carried out across the city in workplaces, both in public and private sectors, and in our schools, so we can see urgent action when COVID transmission is identified to reduce its rapid spread throughout our city?
First Minister.
Well, the toolkit that I spoke about in my previous answer is available to NHS Lothian and to local authorities across the NHS Lothian area. They have plans in preparation for walk-in vaccination clinics and are also using testing as appropriate. Certainly during the Glasgow outbreak, or the height of the Glasgow outbreak, NHS Greater Glasgow and Clyde communicated very effectively with local MSPs. I am one of those, of course, and I will ask the Health Secretary to ensure that NHS Lothian is doing likewise with local members, so that there is an understanding of all of the outbreak measures that are being taken to try to bring transmission back under control.
Stuart McMillan, to be followed by Graham Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As a result of no food or beverages being sold at Hampden for the upcoming Euro 2020 matches, some fans will have to wait for up to 5 hours in between eating or drinking, and this may cause an issue, particularly for those with underlying health issues. Whilst it's understandable the decision was taken for health reasons, will fans be allowed to take food or beverages into Hampden for the 4 upcoming Euro 2020 matches?
First Minister.
Well, concession stands won't be in operation for the Euro 2020 matches at Hampden as a result of all of the mitigations that have had to be put in place. That's to ensure that physical distancing is possible on concourses when people are moving to and from their seats on entry and exit, and when going to the toilet. However, spectators will be able to bring food with them into the stadium. I know discussions are ongoing between the Scottish FA and UEFA to reach an agreement on what will be in place with regard to drinks, and UEFA will confirm the situation with all ticket holders, and I'll make sure the member is updated when that has happened.
Graham Simpson, to be followed by John Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've written to Kate Forbes asking for extra help for the travel industry, particularly travel agents, and I hope the First Minister will agree to look at that. But I want to ask about another issue concerning the industry. If someone travelled to a green list country from an English airport, they could book a testing package using multiple providers for £60. If they flew from a Scottish airport, the Scottish Government says they could only use one provider, CTM, and that same package would cost £195. And it's similar for amber countries. So what can the First Minister do to bring down the cost and stop Scots from being ripped off?
First Minister.
I'm not sure if it was Graham Simpson who asked this question a couple of weeks ago. My answer is the same. We continue to look at these things, but we want to make sure that we have assurance and can give assurance around the quality of the testing that is in place. Why the difference? In many respects, the UK Government, and this is entirely up to them, choose to outsource more outside of the NHS than we decide to do in Scotland. We keep these things under review, but making sure that we have assurances around quality is really important, and I hope that most people would understand and accept that.
John Mason, to be followed by Martin Whitfield.
Thank you very much. Over the last year, we have looked at different numbers at different times, be that the R number, the ICU capacity, the hospital capacity and, sadly, deaths. Can the First Minister say anything about the next few weeks and months and which figures we'll really be focusing on?
First Minister. We've always relied on a range of indicators and criteria. We combine that with clinical advice, local intelligence about the state of the epidemic, and of course judgment to construct a full, reliable and robust picture of the threat that COVID is posing across all of the 4 harms. We continue to monitor cases, obviously, but the number of hospital admissions, length of stay and deaths. And as and when, as I hope is the case, we become increasingly confident that vaccinations are breaking the link between case numbers and serious illness, then while we will not ignore case numbers, then the balance of factors that we take into account can change, and we can perhaps, as I've said before, be less driven in our response purely by, or not purely because we're not driven purely, but by so much by case numbers. But we've got to do this carefully and we've got to allow the data to emerge so that we can properly assess it and not act prematurely in a way that would cause a significant burden of ill health and pressure on the NHS.
Martin Whitfield to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Given that there can't be a commitment to vaccinate in schools by the end of the summer holidays, when can schools and education authorities expect amended COVID advice with regards to the safety in school, wearing of masks, bubbles, distancing, and particularly probably school transport, given the rising infection rates that are linked to the schools?
First Minister. The Advisory Group on Education, which is a subgroup of the overall COVID Scottish Government Advisory Group, looks at these issues on an ongoing basis, and it's important that it does so and gives its views to ministers, and ministers through the Education Recovery Group have reached positions on the mitigations that require to be in place. I think all of us want to see mitigations like face coverings no longer being necessary, and I think that is particularly true when we're talking about young people in school. But right now it is important that that is there as an added mitigation, and we continue to review that as the situation overall and our understanding of the new variant and the wider impact of vaccines develop.
Emma Harper to be followed by Finlay Carson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government is rightly committed to ensuring cancer screening and diagnostic services are prioritised as we continue to remobilise the Scottish NHS as we recover from COVID. Cervical cancer self-tests are being trialled in some health boards, including NHS D&G, and they have a potential to be an effective way for women to screen for HPV. And with 6,000 women in NHS D&G missing appointments, self-tests also have been proven to reduce the number of women who default on their appointment. Can the First Minister therefore outline how cancer diagnostic services will be prioritised, and in particular can she provide an update on the cervical cancer self-test rollout?
First Minister. Well, self-sampling does have significant potential to increase the take-up of screening and also, I think, to make it easier for those, and that's many, who find the current process difficult. That said, the UK National Screening Committee is gathering evidence on the matter and hasn't yet recommended that self-sampling should be incorporated into the National Cervical Screening Programme. We've convened a working group to explore the feasibility and requirements of different self-sampling models, which will contribute to the evidence base, and that group brings together clinical and public health expertise, including representatives from the Dumfries and Galloway study. Introducing self-sampling to the National Cervical Screening Programme will not be an insignificant undertaking, but we are working hard to ensure that Scotland is well placed to implement any National Screening Committee recommendations when we have them.
Finlay Carson to be followed by Gillian Martin.
First Minister, I'm sure you're aware of the significant backlog in people waiting to sit both the practical and theory driving tests. In my own constituency of Galloway and West Dumfries, poor or non-existent public transport make it imperative that young people obtain their driving licence quickly to allow them to get to work. And there are genuine concerns for businesses this summer, particularly those in hospitality and agriculture, who are struggling right now to find employees. I've contacted DVSA, who state that capacity at most theory sites in Scotland is still at 50% as a result of the Scottish Government's 2-metre physical distancing restrictions, despite the exam conditions. Will the First Minister look to relax the rule in order that DVSA can increase testing capacity and ease the plight of many learner drivers, and do what she can do to address the long delays in sitting both theory and practical driving tests?
First Minister.
Yeah, I know how important this is, and I know how frustrating it is that there's obviously an economic imperative to have people able to sit driving tests, but it's one of the rites of passage for young people that have been disrupted over the past year or more, and obviously it's really important for them that we get this back on track. These issues and all of these issues are complex, and they are unfortunately really straightforward. 2 metre physical distancing in certain environments remains a really important mitigation. But yes, this is an important issue, so we are and will continue to look at this to see how quickly we can increase the capacity and get these backlogs down as quickly as possible. So I absolutely understand the importance of this, and I'll make sure that the Transport Minister keeps members updated.
Gillian Martin, to be followed by Stephen Kerr.
Thank you. The pandemic has had a significant impact on young people, particularly on their chances of employment. The First Minister has appointed a minister who is specifically tasked with supporting youth employment. Can the First Minister provide any further information about steps the Scottish Government has taken to support young people to access employment and training?
First Minister.
Well, the Young Person's Guarantee is obviously central to those efforts, and I think will be increasingly important as we go through the next few years and through, hopefully, recovery from COVID. We will also continue to work very closely with local authorities and with schools to minimise any ongoing disruption to children's education and their ability to go on from school to further higher education or into training and employment. Obviously, one of the key things we're doing right now is working to get people vaccinated, including the younger groups in the population. That is going extremely well. But as we come out of this pandemic, there's no doubt that as part of the overall recovery, and actually the previous question relating to driving tests is only one aspect of this, but an important aspect of this. I think we need to prioritise recovery from young people who have borne so much of the brunt of what we've all gone through over the past year.
Call Stephen Kerr, to be followed by Elena Witham.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hundreds of thousands of my constituents are living under Level 2 restrictions with no indication of when they will move to Level 1. The councils currently in Level 1 know that they may move to Level 0 provisionally on the 28th. My question is, when will the Scottish Government set out revised planning for when the 14 councils affected will move to Levels 1 and 0?
First Minister.
Perhaps Stephen Kerr just took a bit more time to kind of understand the situation here. He would know that what he's just said there is not really accurate at all. The next review of all of the levels of protection happens on the 21st of June. Of course, there may be circumstances that require us to move more quickly than that, but I hope not. So on the 21st of June, I will set out for every area of the country what we expect the level of protection to be from the 28th of June. And that covers those in Level 1, which we hope can go to Level 0, but also those currently in Level 2, which we would hope would go to Level 1. But we need to assess the data nearer the time. That is the 3-weekly review cycle that we have committed to, and that's what we will continue. But you know, I wish I could wave a magic wand and get every area of the country, not just into Level 0, but beyond Level 0. But we have to do this carefully, and we have to do this in a way that protects our progress and, of course, allows us to get as many people as possible vaccinated.
I call Elena Witham, to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In light of the recent news that Portugal has now been placed on the amber list, taking effect today, it is clear that international travel for holiday purposes remains risky and subject to sudden change. Can I ask the First Minister what steps the Scottish Government is taking to support our local tourism industry, particularly as many people are choosing to holiday at home this year?
First Minister.
Well, I mean, first of all, before I address that question, can I just make a point of recognising, because I know that people who listen and hear us talk about international travel often in the context of holidays, but people who have family overseas and for whom international travel is about family connection often feel frustrated at that. So I recognise that for many people, the restrictions in international travel are keeping them away from their loved ones, and that's why we want to get back to normal there, as in every other aspect of life, as quickly as possible. For non-essential travel, for holidays, my advice continues to be don't go overseas if you can avoid doing that, because it is safer right now for us not to do that. It helps mitigate mitigate against the importation of the virus. And if you are in the position of being able to go a holiday this year, support local the local tourism industry. We discuss these matters regularly. I have reasonably regular discussions myself with the Scottish Tourism Alliance about how we better support the tourism industry in the immediate term, but also as it recovers in the medium to long term as well. But I think a message all of us could helpfully convey to our constituents right now is where you can support your local tourism industry, support the Scottish tourist industry, and indeed support local businesses generally as much as you're able to.
Alex Cole-Hamilton, to be followed by Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Finally, after weeks of asking, NHS Lothian have announced an hour ago that from next week, walk-in vaccination clinics will be available to those over 40. That is very welcome. The Cabinet Secretary for Health told me last week that Edinburgh is now the new Glasgow in terms of infection rate. Well, if that's the case, why do we still not have access to the door-to-door surge testing that has been available for weeks in areas like G41? Why are Edinburgh residents not as deserving of COVID protections as Glasgow residents?
First Minister. Well, that's just complete nonsense, if I may say so. And I really do. I would urge everybody, by all means, rigorously hold me and my government to account. That is absolutely essential. But avoid things like Edinburgh is the new Glasgow, or Edinburgh is not as deserving of measures as Glasgow. That kind of attempt to divide and set people against each other, or suggest that we are not taking this pandemic seriously in every part of the country, I just don't think helps anybody. The local Director of Public Health in Lothian, with the local incident management team, will be working to decide, based on the nature of the outbreak across Lothian, what the appropriate measures are. Surge testing will be a part of that. If they consider that necessary and essential, then door-to-door testing will be a part of that. Walk-in vaccination clinics. I don't, and it may surprise people to hear this, I don't mandate to local public health directors exactly what they do in local outbreaks, because that would be wrong for me to do so. It is them that understand the nature of outbreaks, and from the range of tools that they have available, what works best in local circumstances. So what I would say genuinely to all local members is engage, as I'm sure members do, with their local health boards, with their local Director of Public Health, to understand the measures that are being put in place locally, which will be bespoke to the particular challenges that are facing. But please, all of us, just avoid this suggestion that one part of the country has been done down in favour of another part of the country. That's not true. We are all in this together, and we're trying to get through it together.
And Brian Whittle.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I've been asked to raise a very specific issue around the European Under-20, Under-23 Athletics Championships, which take place this year. The trials for the Great Britain team take place on the 19th and 20th of this month in Bedford. Under the current legislation, Scottish legislation, it is illegal for Scottish athletes to travel to Bedford, which therefore means that there will be no Scottish representation at those championships. I wonder if the First Minister would look at this with a degree of urgency, given that each athlete has to have had a negative test prior to competing in those trials.
First Minister. I would like to have the opportunity to look at that in detail before trying to answer it in detail. I'll come back to Brian Whittle as quickly as possible. Of course, when there are travel restrictions in place, there are exemptions for essential travel, and one of the things I need to check is whether athletes would fall into the category of travel that was permissible. If that's not the case, I'm happy to ask for that to be looked at to make sure that they can do what is required to compete as everybody would want them to do.
Thank you. There will be a brief pause while the Chair changes. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Can I remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the Chamber and across the Holyrood campus? And so I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the Chamber. And please only use the aisles and walkways to access your seat and when moving around the Chamber. The next item of business is a debate on motion 263 in the name of Shona Robinson on tackling poverty and building a fairer country. I would invite all those members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons now. And I call on Shona Robinson to speak to and move the motion. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to open this debate on the urgent need for us to tackle poverty and build a fairer, more equal country. And we have to seize the opportunity and build upon our strong efforts that have happened to date and use every lever at our disposal to bring about the change needed to tackle this problem. And can I say from the outset that I want to extend an invitation to work across this chamber and Scotland as a whole to build a Team Scotland approach to tackling poverty and child poverty in particular. And I look forward to the first round of meetings that I've got with the opposition spokespeople, and I will certainly consider any constructive suggestions that are brought forward. We already invest around £2 billion each year in support of people on low incomes, including over £672 million targeted at children. We have a strong focus on those at greatest disadvantage, including people with disabilities, and we're supporting innovative action with our £50 million Tackling Child Poverty Fund, but we have to do more. And that's why we've committed to a wide range of ambitious action to be delivered in the first 100 days of this Parliament, maintaining the tremendous pace taken of change throughout the COVID pandemic. And this is a priority across all ministerial portfolios. No one action will bring about the change needed. It needs all parts of government and broader society to work together and to impact the drivers of poverty reduction, increasing household incomes from work, reducing costs on essentials and maximising incomes from social security. The eradication of poverty and building a fairer, more equal country must be a national mission for government, for our Parliament and for society. And we must try, where possible, to unite on this issue and work together to create a fairer Scotland. Backed by £1 billion of additional funding, our response to the pandemic shows that we can make change happen at pace and scale required to support people and improve their lives, and we want to build on that can-do approach.
Sure. Alex Cole-Hamilton.
I'm very grateful for the Cabinet Secretary giving way. I certainly support her aspiration then of moving as fast as we can to alleviate poverty in this country. Does she recognise that when her government has only taken 2.8% of the welfare provisions available to it, that the Department of Work and Pensions has said it is ready to hand over, that she isn't actually moving at the pace the Scottish people would like?
Well, Cabinet Secretary. As the member will know, social security is a priority for us, proven by the fact that we've introduced 10 Scottish benefits, 7 of which are brand new and unique in the UK, including the Scottish Child Payment, which has been described as a game changer. And from the announcement in late June 2019, the new payment has been achieved at great speed, starting from February this year, an unmatched feat across the UK. So let's focus on the positives instead of talking down our social security agency, which is doing a very good job indeed. We delivered free school meal support during all of the school holidays and periods of remote learning for children from low-income families, helping to tackle food insecurity during the pandemic. And we'll continue this whilst expanding free school meal support to all primary pupils, which will start within the first 100 days of this Parliament. Also in our first 100 days, we'll complete the rollout of the 1,140 hours of funded early learning and childcare and have set out the next stage of our ambition to expand childcare further and develop a wraparound childcare system, providing care before and after school all year round. And this will make an important contribution to children's development and will unlock the potential of parents in the labour market. We'll also deliver our £20 million summer programme for pupils, helping children socialise, play and reconnect, an essential investment to support the well-being of all children and young people. And that's backed by £7.5 million from our Tackling Child Poverty Fund. Through 2 pandemic support payments of £100 to low-income families with children, we put money directly into the pockets of those who need it most. Building on this approach, we will effectively pay the Scottish Child Payment through introducing bridging payments of £520 for families not yet eligible for the payment, with £100 to be paid to families this summer. We'll also provide £130 to every household who received council tax reduction in April, reaching around 500,000 households. And I'm pleased I can make 2 further announcements. First, building on the practical support we offered during the pandemic, we'll be providing the British Red Cross with a further £250,000 to continue their cash-first crisis support to those most at risk of destitution. This includes help to those impacted by the UK Government's hostile policies that exclude them from most mainstream supports, including the Scottish Welfare Fund. And secondly, in recognition of the importance of listening to families affected by poverty, we will trial family wellbeing budgets to put families firmly in control of the support they need. This new support will be delivered in partnership with the Hunter Foundation and will help to improve people's wellbeing and capabilities. Presiding Officer, where we have the powers, we're making a difference to people's lives. And nowhere is this more evident than in our approach to housing. Scotland has led the way across the UK with almost 100,000 affordable homes delivered since 2007, over 68,000 of which were for social rent. And this is making a significant difference to people right across the country, and particularly for families with children. So housing is key. Yes.
Pauline McNeill.
Thank you for giving way. In the last Parliament, the Government did not support the idea of rent controls, and I had a bill ready and waiting for the Government to adopt. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that in this coming Parliament there will be at long last a recognition that renters need protection more than ever, and that rent controls will be required to do that?
Cabinet Secretary. So the member will be aware, I'm sure, that we're bringing forward a new rental strategy. I'm happy to meet with her, and of course affordability of rents is part of what we have to look at. So again, want to work across the chamber across all of these things. We want to deliver a further 100,000 affordable homes by 2032, and it's our aim that at least 70% of those homes will be for social rent, helping to tackle child poverty and homelessness. But to tackle poverty effectively, we must deliver a fair work future for Scotland. And we're working hard to do that just now. But we're constrained by the powers available to us. We can't accept a future where 2/3 of children living in poverty come from working households and where people are forced to rely on benefits to top up their earnings. We have to transform workplaces to tackle poverty and long-standing labour market inequalities, such as the disability employment gap and the barriers to employment faced by people from a minority ethnic background. With full powers over employment, we could, as a minimum, ensure that all employees in Scotland receive the real living wage, ensuring that their wages represent the true cost of living. We could outlaw unfair fire and hire tactics, prohibiting employers from dismissing employees and subsequently re-employing them on diminished terms and conditions. And, of course, we could ban inappropriate and exploitative use of zero-hour contracts, giving people the certainty about their working hours, ensuring they can plan their lives and incomes. And that's why I have asked all party leaders to support our request to the UK Government for the full devolution of employment powers to this Parliament, so we can tackle poverty with the powers we need to make the change. Social security is also an important tool to tackle poverty, and again, those powers don't all lie in our hands. 85% of spending remains at Westminster, alongside income replacement benefits such as universal credit and employment and support allowance. And if we didn't already need it, the pandemic further evidenced that the UK welfare system is not fit for purpose and risks undermining hard-won progress. This is the system people in Scotland have to rely on, and we shouldn't have to mitigate against policies we disagree with, like the £80 million we spent last year on discretionary housing payments to mitigate the bedroom tax in full and support people with housing. We could be investing that in other measures. We need to move beyond that, and if we had the powers here, we would be able to do that. I also have to say the removal of the £20 uplift to universal credit will be a callous act that will push 60,000 families across Scotland, including 20,000 children, into poverty and will result in families unable to work receiving an average £1,600 less per year than they would have done a decade ago in 2011. That is massive. It's a massive threat to the progress that we could make here. So we could be delivering the doubling of the Scottish Child Payment with one hand, only to see it removed by Westminster welfare policies with the other. Surely there is no one across this chamber that can think that is in any way a good idea or a fair system. We need to take significant investment we need to make a significant investment into the pockets of those who need it most. And that is why the Scottish Child Payment is so important, because it does that. We've urged the UK Government to make the changes needed and to scrap harmful policies such as the two-child cap, the rape clause, the benefit cap and the 5-week wait under universal credit. Unfortunately, our calls, alongside many charities, organisations, even the UN Poverty Rapporteur, have been ignored. It's time for full powers to come here so we can make the difference. And we have shown what a difference we can make. A public service based on human rights, with respect and dignity at its heart, and viewed as an investment in the people of Scotland, principles we enshrined in law. Through our powers, we're tackling child poverty head-on with the Scottish Child Payment, which currently pays £40 every 4 weeks for every eligible child under 6, and of course committed to doubling this to £80, making even greater impacts. Alongside our Best Start grant and Best Start Foods, we're providing over £5,300 of direct financial support for families by the time their first child turns 6, and further for subsequent children, as we don't put a cap on children. These payments are making a real difference to low-income families, helping them to access the essentials they need. That support is unmatched anywhere else in the UK.
Cabinet Secretary, could you bring
Yes,
that to conclude?
just to conclude. Presiding Officer, our next steps will build on the strong foundation we've set and will take forward at pace these changes. But no one who sits in this Parliament, whatever their political beliefs, can underestimate the scale of the challenge that we face. I want to take that forward, and I'm pleased to work with anyone across this chamber who wants to join me in doing that.
I now call on Miles Briggs to speak to and move Amendment 263.1, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I take this opportunity to welcome you to your new role in Parliament as well? And can I also start by welcoming Shona Robson back into Government and all the other opposition spokespeople in their new roles in this new Parliament. I'd also like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to Aileen Campbell and Jean Freeman. I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary just forgot to do that, for the work which they did in the last Parliament, and thank them for the constructive role that they did undertake across parties. And we may not agree on everything, Cabinet Secretary, but I know we can agree that we all come to this chamber with the determination to make a difference. And I'd like to thank all those charities and organisations for providing the useful briefings ahead of today's debate, and thank them for what they have done during this pandemic as well. I very much look forward to working with them collectively over this session of Parliament. The debate today is being held as we start to emerge from the global pandemic and as the impacts of the lockdown restrictions are really starting to be truly realised. The negative impact which the pandemic and the lockdown restrictions specifically has had on people's health and mental well-being are obvious. What the long-term impact, though, it will have on the economy and people's life opportunities is still to be fully understood. As with every economic shock, it is the most vulnerable in our society who will be most negatively impacted. And as Crisis say in their briefing for today's debate, there is deep concern that the economic impact of the lockdown could push more people into homelessness. Even before the pandemic, over 5,000 adults were sleeping rough at least once per year, and the number of children living in temporary accommodation in Scotland has reached its highest level since records began. So it's clear that we need to see action and a renewed collective mission to end homelessness in Scotland. And I very much welcome the steps taken during the pandemic to provide emergency accommodation. However, local authorities across Scotland, especially in our cities, face critical housing pressures, and these are only growing, and there are only growing concerns now for people that they will now find themselves potentially back out on the streets after lockdown restrictions and this emergency funding for councils is lifted. So we must take action on this now, and that's why our motion today specifically calls on the Scottish Government to establish a National Housing First programme across all of Scotland's local authorities. The charities and organisations working across the sector have put forward a comprehensive ask to help prevent homelessness. And I want to see a renewed focus brought to this by the Government's response, including a new approach around preventative homeless policies with rapid rehousing and the recommendations of the Homelessness Prevention Review Group fully implemented. I therefore hope that the Cabinet Secretary will agree to my request when I wrote to her for a cross-party roundtable as soon as possible to look towards this mission. Yes.
Happy to agree to that, and you were quite right. It was remiss of me to not thank Aileen Campbell and Jean Freeman, so let me put that on the record. I am happy to agree to that, but would the member also acknowledge that the 5-week wait for universal credit pushes many households into financial difficulties and can exacerbate homelessness, as the analysis conducted by Crisis found? Would you acknowledge that?
Miles Briggs.
I think that's where discussions with the Treasury, cross-party discussions are very important. Throughout this pandemic, universal credit has been a vital safety net, and we need to make sure those talks continue. But there is welcome cross-party support on a number of policy interventions to help tackle child poverty. And we on these benches want to see that work speeded up and the Government to deliver on this. Scottish Conservatives support in particular the doubling of the Scottish child payment as soon as possible. And I'd welcome if, when the Cabinet Secretary is closing, if she would confirm as and when this was likely to take place. Many in the sector are still wanting to find out whether or not this financial year will see that doubling. Scottish Conservatives also support the extension of free school meals for all primary school pupils, something Douglas Ross and my party led calls for. Now, we all know from our families and constituents the heartbreak and the impact of losing a loved one during the pandemic and what that has had. I'm very tight on time, I'm sorry. So we know that the impact which bereavement has had on loved ones and families and constituents, not being able to make a proper send-off for loved ones and working from home and grieving from home alone often. So bereavement is also an area I would like to see this Government make progress on, to look towards what can be done. That's why our amendment also today calls on ministers to improve the support available to individuals and families in Scotland who have lost loved ones, and for a longer-term change for the Government to reform carers' allowance and extend payments of up to 6 months for bereaved individuals in Scotland. Deputy Presiding Officer, above all, as we start this new session, I want to see a real change in approach from ministers in how we deliver better cross-portfolio working to tackle poverty and inequality in Scotland. A key issue for me, and one I hope we can see early action, is around the reform of access to healthcare services for people who are homeless or living with addictions. I've already had constructive meetings with the Drugs Minister, Angela Constance, on this. But indeed, this is an issue I've previously raised throughout the last Parliament, in fact with the Cabinet Secretary during her time as Health Secretary. And I'm disappointed that we're seeing very little progress in the provision and access of healthcare services for people who face these issues. All these powers lie with us in this Parliament. Indeed, last week I received an email from a constituent living in temporary accommodation who said this: homeless people are treated as second-class citizens. We're not even allowed to register at a normal GP surgery. We're only allowed to attend one homeless practice. It only opens twice a day, and if you need medical attention, then you have to queue up outside, and only the first 10 people in the queue can be seen. This is a real health inequality in our country today, an example of what has to change. And I hope that these and many other issues we will genuinely work cross-party, and they will get the full attention of the Scottish Government and this Parliament. So to conclude, Deputy Presiding Officer, the next 5 years must focus on the social and economic recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic. For many of the most vulnerable in our society, we need to make sure that this government and this Parliament focuses on making sure that we work cross-party to respond to the challenging and changing circumstances we will face. And I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you. I now call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to and move Amendment 263.3. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's a great privilege to lead this debate for Scottish Labour, and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary to her new role and look forward to working with her and her government. In Scotland today, 1 million people live in poverty. We're set to miss the child poverty targets we set ourselves in law. Half of families living in poverty have a disabled person in them. Precarious work is all too common. 400,000 people still earn below the living wage, 83,000 people are on zero-hours contracts, and over 200,000 people are going to food banks. The pandemic threatens even more further precarity in people's lives. And at a time when we need it the most, we have a social security system that fails us, with one government implementing welfare reforms, each seeming worse than the last, and the other failing to use the powers it has and taking too long to deliver the change people in Scotland need. We can't go on like this. We have to go hard and fast on poverty and inequality. And when it comes to doing that, I'm afraid, neither the UK nor the Scottish Government are doing nearly enough. Whilst the UK Government continues to impose the two-child limit, cut incomes of people on legacy benefits and ends the universal credit uplift, they can't claim to be serious about human rights or ending poverty. That's why when I meet the shadow DWP team every week, adding the voices of the people of Scotland to the millions elsewhere who need these policies to end, we discuss all the ways open to us in the UK Parliament to end these rules as soon as possible. But please don't let us fall into the trap of believing there is nothing we can do here in Scotland. In my experience, when people say you can't, it's because they haven't seen the potential to act. And in Scotland, we have so much potential. That's why the amendment we've put forward and that I've spent the last few days working across this chamber, with colleagues across this chamber, to develop, focuses on action we can take right here, right now, starting with social security. The Scottish Government can and should use all the powers it has to establish a minimum income guarantee in Scotland. This would include using all the levers available to it to increase income from work, reduce housing and transport costs, support people who can't work and make payments to protect people furthest from economic equality, like lone parents, disabled people, carers and students. If the Government does this, we will support them. Doubling the Scottish Child Payment and adding £5 supplement for families with a disabled person in them would help to protect those groups too and bring them up to the income that they need to flourish. That's why we believe that the Scottish Government should do that immediately, not in 5 years. Right now, all we're doing with the powers we have on disability benefits is improving the administration of them, which does, I will concede, need to be improved. But ultimately, Presiding Officer, our ambitions must be bigger than administering it a little bit better than the Tories. Several years after getting the powers in this area, we're still using the rotten old DWP rulebook. It is still the people who get the DWP, who the DWP say deserve the support, that get it. We didn't set up the Scottish Parliament to be DWP light. I think all of us can agree to that. We are here to transform lives. That's why, ahead of this debate, we asked all the parties across this chamber to seize the moment and do things differently. Our amendment asked the Government to move swiftly on disability assistance, open eligibility for it, so that people with fluctuating and mental health conditions can have access to it, and to pay at a rate that meets the extra cost of being a disabled person. Presiding Officer, they can't wait. We need to work with disabled people to do this now. There are also an estimated 788,000 unpaid carers in Scotland who need us to go hard and fast on tackling the poverty they face too. That's why our amendment asks Government to let carers earn more from part-time work and end the full-time study rule now. Ours must be a social security system that is easy to use, simple to access and automated where possible. It should be a social security system that protects people in precarious work, like creative and hospitality workers, is there for those who can't work and provides payments to people when times are tough. But tackling poverty is not just the job of the social security system. It is a mission that needs all of government focused on it. It should be, as the government motion says, a national mission. If the Scottish Government is serious about this, it should and made a minimum income an organising principle for how it works across government, as suggested by the IPPR, and took action now, it could help everyone in Scotland get there. They could bring down housing costs by capping rent rises and transport costs through free bus travel for under 25s. Ensure work pays by enforcing the living wage and collective bargaining through procurement and business support. And create more good, fair and unionised jobs. If it did all of those things, it would lift thousands of people out of poverty, up to a level where they had enough money to live on. That's how we make sure the people of Scotland have a minimum income to live on right now. Presiding Officer, we don't have to wait, like the Government in the Greens amendment says. The Cabinet Secretary will know from my reply to her letter that I and Scottish Labour welcome the transfer of employment law to the Scottish Parliament as vital protections for people's lives and livelihoods that were won by workers. And we believe and welcome that doing that with the trade unions to shape the request and develop a UK floor across employment rights to ensure we can see a race to the top, not the bottom, is necessary, and we will work with the Government to do that. The Cabinet Secretary will also know that I feel strongly that the Scottish Government must use the powers it already has to full effect. Presiding Officer, I was not elected to this Parliament to come and talk about what we can't do. We sit in this chamber with significant powers to reduce poverty and inequality, powers over social security, procurement, housing and transport, but I'm hearing a lot about what we can't do yet. If I gave up every time I was told I can't, I wouldn't have gone to mainstream school. I wouldn't have the care I have right now. I wouldn't have the master's degree I have now. And I wouldn't have this job that I have right now. Presiding Officer, I ask everyone here today not to give up on the people of Scotland. If you want to change lives, if you want to do something, find a way to do it. Where there is a will, there is always a way. Presiding Officer, we can change the lives with the powers of this place, and we should now. I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Clancy. I now call on Maggie Chapman to speak to and move Amendment 263.4, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I move the amendment in my name. Can I also welcome the Cabinet Secretary to her role and say that I look forward to working with her over the coming months and years. At the heart of our collective well-being must be social security, not a system or an idea, but a fundamental right. We know that the societies that guarantee their citizens social security are the societies that perform best. They have the longest life expectancy, the lowest levels of crime, and the highest levels of innovation and economic performance. We also know that poverty has a lifelong scarring effect. The damage of child poverty will be felt for decades, and we will pay for it as a society, as people die younger, lose the opportunity to fulfil their potential, and suffer the consequences of life chances denied. We tackle poverty because it is the right thing to do. But we also tackle poverty because the costs, both social and financial, are too great not to. Austerity, as we have seen implemented by Westminster, is immoral. But it is also a gigantic false economy, as we have seen in the last few months in the pandemic. That is why we must find a way to end the benefit cap, and with it the degrading two-child limit and rape clause. This Parliament has already shown itself willing to break away from a punitive benefit system. We found a way to mitigate the impacts of the under-occupation penalty or the hated bedroom tax. We need to explore options to do exactly the same for the benefit cap, which costs some of our poorest families up to £2,200 a year. We also know that those societies that performed best during COVID are more equal societies. Not for them the fate of the thousands sacrificed to a delayed lockdown and bungled government response. It's clear that we should have increased our statutory sick pay, but instead Westminster wasted billions on the disastrous Eat Out to Help Out scheme, which did so much to create the second wave of COVID last autumn. A clear case of putting the Westminster priority of punishing workers ahead of the health needs of the nation and even the economy. The Scottish Greens welcome the Pandemic Relief Payment Scheme, which will provide an essential additional income for families this year, right now, even more important at a time when financial uncertainty has caused so much anxiety. But we also call on the Scottish Government to introduce a permanent doubling of the Scottish Child Payment at the earliest possible opportunity, a measure which would lift 50,000 children out of poverty. These are important fixes to a broken system. But we are actually here to fix the system, not patch its flaws. We are here to make hope possible, and that requires us to be radical. Now is the time for a universal basic income, a basic commitment that could, at a stroke, eliminate poverty. It would have helped so many through the COVID-19 pandemic. A regular payment to all to ensure human dignity. A universal measure that will create the basis for social security, social solidarity, and the care ethic on which we must base our society. That is why we call on the UK and Scottish governments to work together to bring forward pilots at the earliest possible opportunity and to move to action as soon as we can to bring about a universal basic income, ending child poverty and going a very long way to creating a society that has social security as a fundamental right. I commend the amendment in my name to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton to speak to and move Amendment 263.2.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I rise to speak to my amendment, which I move in my name, and also to offer support both to the Labour and Green Party amendments. Can I start by welcoming Shona Robertson to her place? Shona is an excellent politician. It's great to see her back in frontline politics in the Cabinet. I worked very well with her as Health Secretary. I hope to do so in this brief. It's a very, very important one. Presiding Officer, about 3 years ago, a story emerged about a little boy in Glasgow. A teacher had noticed him taking tomato sauce sachets from the canteen. He was taking them home, squeezing the ketchup out of the sachets and adding boiling water to them to make soup. He was doing this because he had literally nothing else to eat in the house. Thankfully, that was spotted. There was an intervention, a referral to a food bank. The parcels would include tins with ring pulls on them so that the little boy could actually open them himself. He was starving in 21st century Scotland. There are countless reasons why families can find themselves in these situations. Delays built into universal credit, insecure work and no recourse to public funds. We could debate any one of these catalysts to poverty for hours, and I hope that over time we will give each of them such attention. But this particular boy was facing such hardship as a direct result of his parents' mental ill health. Indeed, the links between mental ill health and poverty is something I've been talking about and Liberal Democrats have been talking about for many years. It's one of the reasons that transformational investment in mental health is so important to us. Now, the case I've just described is symptomatic of one of the biggest yet often overlooked contributors to poverty in our country. And that is Scotland's mental health crisis. It's one of the reasons that Liberal Democrats succeeded in asking this Parliament to declare a national mental health emergency in February. Everyone deserves the opportunity to work hard, to build a good life for themselves, their family and their community. But, Presiding Officer, mental ill health is one of the biggest barriers to that. It disrupts people's education, their training, their entry into and progression within work. And it does so to their families and those caring for them as well. And while mental ill health does not discriminate as such, it's classless, it undoubtedly walks hand in hand with poverty. And suicide rates in Scotland increase with increasing deprivation, with rates in the most deprived areas double those of the Scottish average. It is one of the most devastating health inequalities in this country, and it is linked directly and inexorably to poverty. Now, my amendment also covers education as a route out of poverty. Over the past year, much of the discussion surrounding education has been focused on university students, exam-level school pupils, and rightly so, because they've been severely let down by this government. But why this matters is that education provides a ladder to social mobility. It could be a leveller, should offer opportunity, but far too often a broken system means that it only serves to widen the gap between our richest and our poorest young people. At the age of 5, Presiding Officer, children and families in the highest 20% of earners were around 13 months ahead in terms of vocabulary compared with children in families at the bottom 20% of earners. And we know that's worsened in the pandemic. But the only route to stable mental health and life-changing education is through appropriate and decent housing. It's the rock on which everything else is built. If your home is making you sick, if it's keeping you up at night, if it's collapsing around you, then none of these routes out of poverty are available to you. And my amendment acknowledges that 3 of Beveridge's 5 giant evils that he first identified over 70 years ago still hold sway in our society. Want of education, want of decent housing, and want of a sound health, particularly mental health, are destroying lives and they are perpetuating poverty. Getting these right could be the antidote that we all seek. but only if the government takes action and uses the powers it already has. This government cannot blame, as such, this government cannot blame the full extent of the poverty that exists in this country on a government operating from another city, not when it has been empowered for years to address that poverty, but still elects not to. I move the amendment in my name.
Thank you. And just before moving to the open debate, could I remind all members who wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons. Thank you. Not naming names at this point. And moving to the open debate, could I please call Natalie Dawn, who is making her first speech to our Parliament today.
Welcome you to your new role. Can I also take the opportunity to welcome the Cabinet Secretary to your new role also. I'm proud to be standing here in our Parliament today to give my first speech on a matter which is extremely close to my heart. Before I go on, I want to give a heartfelt thanks to the people who made this possible, my family, my fantastic campaign team, and to all the voters. I'm so honoured to represent the constituency that I have lived my whole life and love so much. Renfrewshire North and West is a beautiful constituency, rich in history, from Erskine on the banks of the Clyde to the historic town of Renfrew, to our many beautiful villages from Kilmacombe to Bishopton. But it's the people of Renfrewshire North and West that make it such a wonderful place. In terms of the debate today, however, poverty stretches right across my constituency. Whether it's Gala Hill or Bridge of Weir, people are impacted by poverty deeply. I'm pleased to see the huge steps the Scottish Government are taking to eradicate poverty with real targets and policies that really benefit people's lives. There's certainly more to do, but the Scottish Child Payment, free school meals, Best Start payments, widening access to childcare, removing financial barriers to education and empowering and enabling women to take up employment are just some of the ways that we are raising the bar. I'm thrilled that the SNP won an election standing on bold policies such as a citizens' basic income and a minimum citizens' wage guarantee. Policies that will genuinely make our country fairer and make a real difference to people's lives. But while we give to families with the Scottish Child Payment, Westminster takes it away from the same families, with the £20 uplift to universal credit being removed, a move set to plunge even more children in this country into poverty. Presiding Officer, raising attainment, tackling drug and alcohol abuse, protecting jobs, improving mental health and the creation of a greener environment are all things that I believe we want to see. These progressive moves become more achievable not if, but when we eradicate poverty. And we can only do this with full powers over welfare, employment, drug policy, defence and many other matters. When you're living meal to meal, day to day with no money, life is a struggle. Planning every penny really takes it out of you, and too often that impacts on other parts of life. Living in poverty is tiring, and what should be simple things in life like weekly shops or buying clothes for the kids become hard, laborious and at times impossible tasks. It's no wonder that this can lead to addiction, to mental health problems, even to suicide. Take our climate emergency, for example. It's the most pressing issue on our planet right now, but for someone who's just been sanctioned for being late at the job centre, or someone fighting addiction after years of neglect or mental health problems, then I'm sure that recycling might not always be a top priority for them. And for the children living in poverty, how many members actually know how hard it is to keep your mind on your schoolwork when you're worrying about where your dinner is coming from tonight, or what state your parents are going to be in when you get home from school, and how fast that actually makes a child have to grow up? Poverty is not a choice, and it is certainly not inevitable either. It is a lifestyle that is inflicted on people. No child should grow up hungry in Scotland. We have food banks and homeless people, while the UK spend billions on palaces, boats and nuclear missiles. That's 21st century Great Britain for you. Presiding Officer, Tony Blair did not end child poverty. David Cameron and Nick Clegg normalised it, and now Boris Johnson encourages it. We will never see an end to child poverty while we're tied to this UK government. The Scottish Government can make bold move after bold move, but we cannot mitigate everything. That is why it must be our mission in our Scottish Parliament to give the people what they voted for in an independence referendum, so we can get these vital powers away from the out-of-touch politicians in London and into the hands of the people of Scotland. I want to finish off by saying to anyone who has or is experiencing poverty, going to food banks right now, to anyone from a bad background, any child that doesn't understand why it's happening to them, questioning why they were born into this life, to anyone that thinks the system is against them, please don't give up. I am living proof that you can make it out the other side of the UK Government's complete neglect of Scotland's working and underclasses, and I won't abstain on you. And until we see an end to child poverty in an independent Scotland, I can promise you that I've got your back in here, and I am fighting for you. Thank you.
Thank you. A bit of latitude there to first speaker, but I would remind members who've been here a while to please try to stick to 4 minutes. And the next speaker will be Jeremy Balfour, to be followed by Richard Leonard.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I welcome you to your post and to others, and can I congratulate Natalie Dawn on her maiden speech, said with real passion. I suspect we were disagreeing a lot, but her passion was very clear, and I wish her well in the next 5 years. It is slightly disappointing, Deputy Presiding Officer, that the Minister responsible for Social Security is not even in the chamber this afternoon, and that perhaps says something about the urgency that this government has given this responsibility over the last number of years. I had the privilege, along with the Cabinet Secretary, of being on the last Social Security Committee, and actually with Ben McPherson, who isn't here this afternoon, in taking through the bill and making the Social Security an act. So soon, but yes.
Cabinet Secretary.
Be very clear that Ben McPherson and I have joint responsibility for social security. I have attended more meetings with social security officials than anyone else, so please be assured that's a joint responsibility because we take it so seriously and we know it's so important.
Jeremy Balfour.
Duly noted, Cabinet Secretary, and I do look forward to working with you and with Mr McPherson over the next number of months and years. But what we have seen in the previous Parliament was a lack of urgency by this government in being able to deliver the social security that has been devolved to this Parliament. We can spend a lot of time talking about universal credit, we can talk about powers that we don't have, but I think we do need to spend a bit more time about talking about the powers we do have and the delay that has taken place. Now, I know probably in the summing up we'll be told that the delay is all because of the pandemic, and if it hadn't been for the pandemic, all these powers would have been delivered. But that is factually just not the case, because we had statement after statement from Cabinet Secretaries and from Ministers telling us that these benefits would not be done on time, and there was always going to be delay. And that has held back what we could deliver and should have been able to deliver. But can I also suggest, Deputy Presiding Officer, that there's a total lack of ambition within the Scottish Government. And I do hope that with a new Cabinet Secretary, we can go back and look at what is being delivered. If we look at the consultation that was sent out just before Parliament rose in regard to DLA and PIP for adults, there is there an absolute, almost copying, comma by comma, of what is in the regulations and in the legislation in Westminster. And we have had discussions at committee and in this chamber about people who have different conditions, perhaps have conditions which aren't easy to put into a box, missing out on getting PIP. And this was an opportunity for us to address that. It was an opportunity for us to address the 20-metre rule and whether that is fair on those that have mobility. And I was interested a number of, I think, of all the hosting meetings that I did during the election campaign. Every person that spoke at those hosting meetings from all parties said that that has to change and move. And yet we see within the consultation exactly the same rules being followed by the government. And so I do hope the Cabinet Secretary will look at what has been put forward and bring forward radical change in regard to these amendments, or I, and I'm sure hopefully other MSPs, will vote against them. In conclusion, Deputy Presiding Officer, we do have power. The Act gave us power to create new benefits. And if we see gaps within the system, let's use the powers that we have, rather than talking about what we cannot do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call Richard Leonard to be followed by Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I welcome you to your position. Can I also welcome the Cabinet Secretary's priority of making an attack on child poverty her top priority. She informs us that many of the levers are not at her disposal, but she knows that many of them are. And from bad housing to poor schooling, from regressive taxation to environmental injustice, from the yawning gap in life expectancy to hardship in old age, it is the working poor who suffer the most, and that this Parliament and this government has got the power to do something about it. And when I listen, as I have done attentively, to some very powerful first speeches, if I can make some progress, I'll come back, to some very powerful first speeches in this Parliament over the last 2 weeks, including this afternoon, it is self-evident that rank, that wealth, that status, that privilege, that yes, that class are still bedeviling this society. And if anyone believes that Scotland is not class-ridden, go and look at the patterns of land ownership. Go and look at who controls the economy, the corporations and the banks. Go and look at who owns the media. Because I tell you that ownership is power, and property, capital and power is increasingly concentrated into fewer and fewer hands. And so when I hear the SNP talk about the transfer of powers in their motion this afternoon, instead of limiting its horizons to the transfer of powers from one Parliament to another, why doesn't it use the levers it has got to bring about a bit more self-government of our land, to bring about a bit more self-government of our economy, to bring about a bit more self-government to our local government? We know that poverty does not simply stop at a shortfall in wealth. It is as well a basic lack of power. And it is that powerlessness which is the most corrosive, which is cumulative, which breeds acquiescence, which in turn leads to self-reinforcing hopelessness. And this poverty, this inequality, this lack of power does not just diminish those living with it, it diminishes all of us. So when we debate poverty, as we do this afternoon, we must not simply debate its amelioration. We must not simply limit ourselves to piecemeal reforms. We must understand that nothing less than a fundamental redistribution of wealth and power will do. So let me finish with some advice from the excellent Child Poverty Action Group. Alison Garnham says in her foreword to this important report, if we can't talk about tax, how can we campaign successfully for an end to child poverty? And in this report, David Isa of the Fraser of Allender Institute writes, and I quote, the Scottish Government has been somewhat conservative in its policy on property taxation and local tax reform more generally. He calls for a bold review of new taxes. For example, options for introducing Scotland-specific taxes on wealth, on inheritance. And I hope that this is something which the Scottish Government and this new Parliament will take a serious look at, and that it will open the books for a transparent public debate. Because poverty and inequality is not fixed. It is not the natural order of things. It is man-made, so it is up to us to bring about the change, to extend democracy, to hold in check powers that are unaccountable at the moment, to demand economic equality as well as political democracy. And my determination, my will to pursue these causes of labour, of democracy, of justice and of socialism is stronger now than it has ever been. And that is how I will dedicate my next 5 years in this Parliament.
Thank you. I now call Bill Kidd to be followed by Sue Webber. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Presiding Officer, and welcome to your role. And also, I'd like to thank, well, I'm assuming I'm going to thank the new Cabinet Secretary and welcome her to her role as well. So, thank you. It's clearly impressed on MSPs that it's our collective duty to use every means at our disposal to address poverty inequalities in Scotland. With renewed ambition, I believe the Scottish Government will tackle this pervasive and contracted issue head-on. It's within our capacity across the Chamber to reduce poverty over this parliamentary session, building on the work of the past 5 years to bring more children out of poverty. The effect will be to break cycles of poverty that have gone on for generations. I welcome the Poverty in Scotland Report 2021, which was led by the Child Poverty Action Group, the Scottish Poverty and Inequality Research Unit, iSphere and the Poverty Alliance. I am grateful for all their tremendous efforts in pulling this extensive work together, and the report provides direction for policymakers. I will draw attention to a couple of these areas, namely fair work and housing. Fair work is a core aspect of tackling poverty head-on and building a prosperous, productive nation. Fair work consists fundamentally of dignity in work. This means that we do not support business models that exploit loopholes with abusive power dynamics in place. An excessive power dynamic of business above employee is something that needs to be tackled in Scotland. For example, the rise in zero-hour contracts, as highlighted by the Fair Work Report in 2021, is worrying. Helen Martin also highlights this in her contribution to the Poverty in Scotland report, and she explains how the COVID pandemic has laid bare the unfairness in our economy, with low earners, young workers, black and ethnic minority workers impacted to a disproportionate extent. Often these groups are exploited in unfair work dynamics, for example, being made to sign waivers to go over their maximum hours with no recourse to speak against this due to fear of job loss. This leads to exploitative conditions and hours without fair pay or compensation. Obviously, fair wages must allow workers to maintain a decent quality of life in Scotland. This needs and must apply to people who are single and also those with families to support. I back the Poverty in Scotland report's call for employers, trade unions and government to collaboratively establish fair work structures in the Scottish economy. I also welcome findings that the proportion of people earning under the living wage has decreased. However, wages should never have been at this level, and so much more still needs to be done to address the issue. Housing is another core aspect of reducing poverty. And another contributor to the Poverty in Scotland report, Tony Kane, impressed the importance of understanding housing primarily as a human right and not as a welfare activity. A combined approach of building more quality, affordable housing and capping foreign investment that purposefully drives up costs in the rental sector or superficially inflates house prices would be welcome. Analysis suggests that poverty is lower in Scotland compared to the rest of the UK due to lower housing costs. Housing must be protected and improved as a means of reducing poverty. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some of the incredible organisations in my constituency of Glasgow Anniesland who are working to break cycles of poverty head-on. White Inch Transformation, Hope Connections, DRC Generations, Drumchapel Food Bank, 3D, Drumchapel, CAP, White Inch, Links and many more. These organisations have brought an incredible impact of hope and practical support to the Anniesland area. I look forward to working with colleagues across the Chamber with the intention of accelerating poverty reduction over the course of this parliamentary session. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Sue Webber to be followed by Marie McNeill.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and welcome to your new role in Ms Robinson. So I welcome the chance to speak today in this debate, because across my region, poverty is a huge problem, and I am eager to have the chance to address this. And I will focus on child poverty and homelessness. In my region, child poverty figures make for quite shocking reading, with almost a quarter of children in West Lothian now living in poverty. According to new research published by the End Child Poverty Coalition, the number of poverty-stricken youngsters has gone up from 7,499 in 2014-15 to 8,740, and that is in West Lothian. The research has showed that child poverty has risen in every Scottish local authority since 2015. This is appalling. And as I said in my maiden speech last week, we need to support and prioritise our young people's future before it is too late. Child poverty is a serious concern in the Lothian region, but it's not the only one. Homelessness is a huge issue, and it is getting worse under the SNP. Someone was made homeless every 17 minutes in Scotland last year, and figures show that that number of people assessed as homeless is the highest it has been for 6 years. The number of homelessness deaths... not yet, I'm still learning the ropes, thanks. The number of homelessness deaths is also up by nearly a third in 2 years. The SNP's focus on the second independence referendum has led them to presiding over rising poverty across Scotland. I was recently contacted by a constituent who shared their experience of the treatment of homeless people in Edinburgh, and I was deeply concerned to hear how their case had been handled by the City of Edinburgh Council. My constituent and their partner have been homeless for 15 months. They were initially put into a single-room guest house. This had no facilities to wash clothes or cook meals. They are carers themselves, and therefore it's imperative that they remain clean and healthy to care for the vulnerable. They were then moved into serviced apartments, which were thankfully more suitable to their needs. However, after a year of no contact from Edinburgh Council, they were told that they were to leave this place with no information given as to where they might go next. They were unable to contact anyone in the Council Housing Department, and as a result of the months of uncertainty, have been suffering from poor mental health and have been experiencing suicidal thoughts. Thankfully, they were recently contacted by the Council Housing Department, but it was to inform them that the Council had made a mistake. They were not offered an apology or any reassurance that this won't happen again. They were ultimately informed that it could take up to 3 years of living in emergency temporary accommodation for them to receive a council house. My constituent said, "This is truly outrageous. We don't feel safe in temporary accommodation when situations like this loom over our heads every single day. I just don't know if I have the willpower nor the mental health capacity to wait so long for our own home. This has been a truly torturous 15 months. I'm learning the ropes, I said. The Conservatives have bold, ambitious plans to tackle these issues. We would deliver the biggest social housing programme since devolution and pledged building 60,000 new affordable homes, including 40,000 in the social rented sector over the next 5 years. Measures like these are urgently required. It is heartbreaking to hear of people suffering in these circumstances, and this constituent is not the only one in this situation. We've all received the emails this week. People need homes, not hotels, or serviced apartments in the case of my constituent. We want to build a Scotland which not only supports those in financial crisis, but helps to lift people out of the poverty cycle by tackling root causes, and will push the SNP government to do more to tackle the causes of poverty and ensure everyone in Scotland is given the opportunities to succeed. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call on Marie McNeill to be followed by Pauline McNeill, and this is McNair's first speech in the Chamber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and best wishes to you in your new role. Can I also congratulate the Cabinet Secretary on her return to government, and I wish her well in her new post. It's an immense honour to make my first speech in our Parliament. I thank the people of Clydebank, Mulgai and Bearsden North for putting their trust in me. To become the MSP for where I was raised and still live is truly humbling and is a real motivation for me when trying to secure the best for my constituents. As it is my first speech, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my campaign team for the considerable efforts, my amazing partner, family and friends for their tremendous support. I know they're aware of how much their backing means to me. I also put on record my respect for my predecessor, Gil Patterson, for everything he achieved for my constituents. To become the first woman MSP for Clydebank and Mulgai, and one from a working-class background, is a proud moment. We are going in the right direction to ensure that our Parliament starts to look like the Scotland we are here to represent. In going about my business, here I know my community rightly expect a grown-up and cooperative approach to politics, one that will secure a better deal for those in greatest need, an approach that recognises that many have been left behind, and one that puts securing a better way forward first. To this approach, I bring real-life experience. Only last week, I was doing my last shift as a health and social care worker in the heart of my constituents. Or as my service users describe it, living in the real world. And it is that real-world experience we must put at the heart of our efforts. We must not be tempted to cut bits of this real-world experience out because it does not support a political narrative. So I say this. When I believe the Scottish Government should be doing more to tackle poverty and injustice, I will say so. And equally, if I think our Parliament requires more powers to make real change, I will also say so. To do anything else will be letting our country down and failing to fully address the issues that are fuelling poverty and injustice. In the real world, the biggest driver for child poverty is inadequate levels of universal credit, especially the £20 uplift is to be removed. The choice of a 5-week wait or immediately going into debt with an advance payment. It is the two-child poverty policy and the need for the rape clause, the benefit cap that denies families with children the basics, forcing them to use food banks and into poverty. I saw this from my work as a councillor and a volunteer at my local food bank. When delivering food parcels, you see the real world that the war on welfare has helped create. You see the poverty, you see the empty kitchen cupboards, the despair and misery in people's eyes, and children being held back by unavoidable poverty. It is a crime and we must have an honest ambition to bring it to an end. So let's get real about this. We cannot fully design a modern, compassionate system of social security when it's heavily shaped by a firefighting approach to UK Tory welfare cuts. We need the powers to end this approach and then design instead a system that is there for people when needed. One that gives the respect and dignity that is essential if we are to tackle injustice and stigma. And equally, the proposal to devolve employment policy to Scotland is significant, and it's backed by the STUC and their People's Recovery. Wouldn't it be great if we had the powers in Scotland to end exploitative zero-hour contracts and fire and hire practices? As a Parliament, we cannot recognise that there's 83,000 people on zero-hour contracts one week, but not want the powers to do something about it the next. These are not about divisions of the past, but in fact essential to make these draconian policies a thing of the past. As a new SNP MSP, I call on everyone here to put tribal politics aside and focus on the scale of what is needed now to end injustice and the misery it's inflicting. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pauline McNeill.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and may I congratulate Marek McNeill on an excellent speech and also to Natalie Dodd. I also want to formally welcome Shona Robson to her post. I know that she's personally committed to this work and I think it's a really crucially important job. Presiding Officer, I think I've already welcomed you to your new role. Every time I go to welcome Annabel Ewing, there's a shift change, so perhaps I will get to do that eventually, but perhaps you could pass on my good wishes. Scottish Labour did make a significant contribution to creating a framework for social security that treats people with dignity and rights, unlike the DWP. And I have paid tribute in the past to Jean Freeman, the Minister who presided over that. But I think it's important to recognise the work of Mark Griffin, for example, who pushed for the annual uprating of benefits, a ban on the private sector for assessments in the social security system, my own amendments to ensure that on wider application of benefits there's an automatic check of what other entitlements that people are entitled to, and a much simpler appeal system. And our own presiding officer, Alison Johnson, while she was on social security, made very significant contribution to the rights of people applying for social security benefits. So I hope that that is recorded and accepted, that this is what we can achieve as a Parliament when we work together. I wholeheartedly support the motion in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, who sets out how we can make an even bigger difference to this framework by setting out the small differences that can make the difference to carers, make those real changes so that we can show that we'll be ambitious in these next 5 years. And of course, as Pam Duncan-Glancy talks about the need for a minimum income guarantee, which I do think has a great deal of support. I recently asked the First Minister if the Government would do an analysis on the groups most affected by the financial losses and hardship of the pandemic. And I did that because I think it's vital not to make any assumptions about who is living in poverty so that we can adopt the right measures for support. Many people have been plunged into poverty by the COVID pandemic, either through losing their job or having managed or significant reduction in hours. And they are often people who were maybe previously just coping before the pandemic, but they are now really struggling. I'm pleased to say that the First Minister agreed that it was important to do that analysis. A Social Security report, in fact, I think the last one that was done, published on the 17th of March, refers to very serious gaps in support for people impacted by COVID. For example, they point out that the discretionary housing payment scheme is restricted to tenants. And we called on the UK Government to help those who can't meet their mortgage payments if they lose their income related to the pandemic, because there previously was that provision. And we had made clear that we do think it's the UK Government's responsibility, but to recognise that people who have mortgages too will need some help. The Trussell Trust has highlighted an immediate sustained surge in needs across food banks, while Aberlour and One Parent Family Scotland have seen an increase in demand for their hardship funds. So we can see that once again the increase in food banks has demonstrated how big this crisis is going to be. Time goes very quickly when you only have 4 minutes. I'm going to cut to the summary of what I wanted to say. I did ask Cabinet Secretary if this Parliament would be a focus to protect renters, because now more than ever, renters need the protection. Poverty is to be found in families who live in the private sector more than any other sector. It is time to be bold on behalf of renters in order to do that, and I look forward to reading the Government's bill when it comes about. Natalie Dodd, in an excellent speech, talked about UK politicians that have failed, but I hope that it would be recognised that Gordon Brown, when he was Prime Minister and Chancellor of the Exchequer, brought in the most far-reaching measures of child tax credits, working families tax credit, which lifted tens of thousands of children out of poverty. It's important to recognise where good work has to be, but those child tax credits are under threat as people are forced to migrate. So let's stick together on this for those who believe that will make a difference to poverty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now move to closing speeches, and I call on Alex Cole-Hamilton to wind up for the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer. It does change around a bit. I'd also like to pay tribute to my colleagues across the chamber who've spoken with real passion and eloquence, very movingly so, especially those making their first speeches today. I think it's very clear that Mary McNeill, Natalie Donegan make significant contributions to this chamber. I welcome them both to their places. Scotland has a poverty problem, and it is a problem that is growing in menace. A report recently published by the Scottish Association for Mental Health found that currently 29% of people in Scotland are unable to afford 3 or more of the 22 basic necessities identified as being essential and which no one should go without. Presiding Officer, being forced to decide between heating and eating is not a choice. It is a blatant violation of human rights. And the SNP fought this election on the basis they would not seek to hold another referendum until COVID is past us. But even if this government meets its target of reducing child poverty to below 18%, which is by no means a given, that still leaves us up to 40,000 children living in poverty. It needs to address this issue before we turn to matters of the Constitution. Although not entirely surprised, my colleagues and I were disappointed that the Minister felt the need to hijack this debate and turn it onto yet another excuse to squabble with Westminster before the motion had even been tabled. This government will boast proudly of their achievements in reducing poverty in Scotland, but it's not enough, and they simply are not doing everything they can. And this is why I intervened on the Cabinet Secretary. Far from doing down our social security system, I want to empower it. I want to give it the reach that was imagined for it by the signatories of the Smith Commission in 2014, all of them, that would recognise the Scottish social security system under full sail would have command under it £4 billion worth of spending. Imagine what you could do to level the playing field and to address poverty and social inequality in this country with that kind of reach. Instead, we have taken the levers of just 3% of that opportunity. They will also boast proudly of a range of achievements, but when food bank usage in this country is at a record high, you cannot lay everything at the feet or at the door of Westminster, when a household is made homeless in this country every 19 minutes, and when those in the most deprived parts of the country are more than twice as likely to fail to get a hire at level A, every second spent bickering about Westminster in order to push forward the constitutional debate is the second not spent assisting those in Scotland who need this government the most. And the Liberal Democrats will always hold Westminster to account, but only when it's relevant to the progress of our society, and will never try to push forward that constitutional agenda. Welcome Miles Briggs back to his place. I look forward to working with him on a cross-party basis. Pam Duncan-Glancy, I thought, again, bringing with typical passion to the debate a compelling argument about our two governments will have to carry some of the responsibility for this together, and they will have to work together in some aspects, and I thought that was very eloquently put. Maggie Chapman again rightly points out that the instantaneous impact that doubling the child payment and a universal basic income could do to this poverty problem in our country would be transformational overnight. It's within our grasp in lots of ways, and I think we just need to reach for it. Natalie Don, again, as I said at the start, her first speech was a passionate one, and I think will mark many contributions to come. It was great to hear from Richard Leonard as well. I think to listen to Richard Leonard speak about poverty is inspiring. I think he sets a challenge and a high bar for which we should all seek to reach. Presiding Officer, the Liberal Democrat amendment today, I think, calls for urgent interventions to include an immediate end to the scandal of thousands of children and adults waiting over a year for first-line mental health treatment. That is keeping so many people from fulfilling their potential, but not just them, those people who care about them and care for them and live around them.
If the member could
I will do, please. Because prevention is always better than cure, and if we are to eradicate poverty in Scotland, which I believe we can, then we need to work together and put aside the constitutional differences of the past. Thank you.
I call on Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Poverty is a political choice. There is nothing inevitable about it, and it is also a scourge on our society. It is our duty, therefore, to do whatever we can to eliminate it and to change the systems that cause it. That is why the Scottish Greens want to see the devolution of full powers over employment and social security, and it is for this reason that, I'm sorry to say, we cannot support the other opposition amendments. However, I would like to say thank you to Pam Duncan-Glancy for the approach she has taken when drafting the Labour amendment, seeking cross-party consensus and being willing to give up some ground to get to that consensus. There is little disagreement here about the substance of her amendment, but unfortunately we cannot support it, not because of what is there, but because of what is not there. It removes the vital call for full devolution of all employment and social security powers. And we need these powers to be able to create genuine social security as a fundamental right, rather than just tinker around the edges of a system that we know to be broken. I hope that in future we can continue to work together on a collaborative basis and maybe even get a better process in place that avoids the frantic scrabble we had yesterday afternoon. I'd like to thank, too, all the organisations who work to alleviate poverty across Scotland for their work and for the information that they have provided us in advance of this afternoon's debate. I look forward to constructive discussion with them all over the coming months. But to return to the topic of our debate this afternoon. In many ways, a couple of hours on a Tuesday afternoon does not do justice to the profound impacts that poverty has on too many people's lives. We have rightly focused in many ways on social security this afternoon, but we need to look too at the wider range of public services and human rights that contribute to our collective well-being. As is so often the case with structural inequalities and systemic crises, we need to take a holistic approach to understand how best to create a different system that does not have inequalities built into them. Whilst we have seen some progress in some areas, the Fair Work agenda, investment in childcare, free bus travel for young people, energy efficiency, the Scottish Child Payment, some limited improvements to tenants' rights, we need bolder action. Because 1 in 5 people in Scotland, 1 in 4 children still live in poverty. Many of the families affected are working families. These statistics are a pretty damning indictment on a system that has seen the wealth of the 10 richest people in Scotland balloon by over £2.7 billion in just the last year. We can, we must do so much better. I and my Scottish Green colleagues look forward to working with all members of the Scottish Government and members of other opposition parties on housing, community engagement and empowerment, education, the economy, mental health support and so much more to tackle poverty. Because only when we take a genuine mission-based approach to something that affects all of our lives will we see the transformation we need to see. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Mark Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I draw members' attention to my entry in the register of members' interests. It's not unreasonable to say tackling poverty and striving to make Scotland fairer has always been a mission for this Parliament. We might not have previously declared it a national mission, but it's fairly clear to anyone who's been watching proceedings here since the establishment of this Parliament that we do on that agree. It does appear that there is enough agreement on policy solutions, with some real and genuine debate about how those solutions might be implemented. The Cabinet Secretary, my Labour colleagues and others have spoken about the need to retain the £20 uplift. They also spoke about the ambition to double the child payment to £20 per week, but Pam Duncan-Glancy underlined the importance of doing that and doing that immediately. Miles Briggs talked about supporting those who are recently bereaved, particularly bereaved carers, and we fully support a change to the entitlement around carers allowance to give people the space to grieve, to give those recently bereaved the space to think about how they go forward with their life after the sad loss of someone they cared for. Like almost every other party who took part in the hustings through the election period, I agree as well with Jeremy Balfour that we should look at the 20-metre rule and how we look at all of those regulations that will come forward to whichever the successor committee is to the Social Security Committee, and how we actually adapt that system to fit the needs of the people of Scotland, not just lift and shift a system that is already in place and discriminating against so many already. What Richard Leonard said should ring true in any debate, but particularly about this one. How can we talk about poverty reduction? How can we talk about eradication of poverty without talking about taxation, without talking about redistribution of wealth? We can't talk about both of those separately in a vacuum. Pauline McNeill outlined some of the positive changes that we made through the progress of the Social Security Bill that is now the Social Security Act. But those changes haven't been implemented because those powers still aren't within the full control of this Parliament. They still lie, much of them still lie, with the DWP. But much of the build-up to today's debate is focused on the powers we don't have, as opposed to the people facing the daily battles to pay the rent, put food on the table and get through the pandemic. Now, I believe it's no secret that the Labour Party supports the devolution of employment law. I believe that employment law will be devolved to this Parliament, but those powers in itself won't help anyone overnight. A minimum income guarantee, a double child payment, a mandatory real living wage in our procurement contracts would, though. And as a member on the Social Security Committee for the full term of the last Parliament, like Jeremy Balfour, like others who have expressed disappointment, I'm disappointed, really disappointed, that it's taken so long after we reached consensus across the chamber on how to devolve, how we set up that new system, that we still don't have those social security benefits fully administered here in Scotland, that we can adapt to the needs of people who live here. The committee in the previous Parliament also secured landmark stretching child poverty targets that many of us here today agreed with, but we also agreed that we might struggle to hit. But, Presiding Officer, we do have powers that we could use to hit them. We do have powers that give us a role in employment, and the Government could immediately reset its relationships with workers and employers. I have proposed that we put workers and trade union members who have experience of workplace disease and injury in the driving seat to design a policy process for the replacement of industrial injuries benefit, a key benefit for those disabled at work. And I hope the Cabinet Secretary would agree that that's an example of how we can use the powers that we have now to make that system fairer, particularly when we see people living with long COVID, when we look at the gender gap and how payments in that particular benefit are made overwhelmingly to men and those who work in male-dominated industries. The interventions made by the UK and Scottish governments and implemented by a formidable army of key workers in local government have been nothing short of astonishing. There have been problems, but they've been powerful nonetheless. Furlough, business rates holidays, year-round free school meals, the £20 uplift and payments for carers and low-income families. All of those were designed to protect livelihoods, while lockdown sought to save lives. Using the powers that we have, implemented quickly because there was political will to do so. They might have been delivered under emergency powers, but there is nothing stopping us doing that again under emergency powers to tackle the emergency that is poverty. Last spring, we also banned evictions and took people off of the streets and into warmth and safety. But are we going to risk another homelessness epidemic when the pandemic is over, or as we ease our way out of restrictions? The manifesto of every party here said every family in Scotland should have access to a warm, safe home. And as Shelter say in the briefing, the pandemic didn't cause the housing emergency, but it has exposed it as never before. And I would ask the Cabinet Secretary and Ministers to consider extending that ban on evictions. We've called for an extension to furlough. We've called for an extension to the £20 uplift. We should call and agree an extension to that ban on evictions. But, Presiding Officer, this debate should be about what we can do now, what we can do to support families and those who need it now, not further constitutional arguments. And so I ask members to support our amendment, reject those that kick things into the long grass. Let's get to work now, changing Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Alexander Stewart. You have 7 minutes, Mr Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and may I first of all take this opportunity to congratulate you on your new appointment and your new role. And may I take this opportunity also to welcome new members who have made their maiden speeches today, Natalie Dawn and Marie McNeill. I very much look forward to working with you in the Chamber over the next 5 years. I'd also like to congratulate the Cabinet Secretary on her appointment to the role. It's been a privilege for me to serve across the constituency of Mid-Scotland and Fife, and this is the first opportunity, Presiding Officer, that I've had to speak since I've returned, and delighted to be given the chance to have a second term. And as I said, it's been a privilege to cover areas like Clackmannanshire, Stirling, Perthshire, Kinrossshire and Fife, and I very much look forward to representing them over the next 5 years. I am particularly pleased to be able to participate in this afternoon's debate on tackling poverty and building a fairer country in my first role as my party's Shadow Minister for Equalities and Older People, and to be summing up today. I have always been passionate about promoting equalities during my time as a councillor for 18 years, and over the Parliament session last time I had the opportunity to sit on the Equalities Committee. And during that time I worked with local charities, the third sector and many other organisations to ensure that we were supporting, and in the past I have worked with ARC Housing, which was an organisation that looked after individuals with learning disabilities in the community. So I look forward to participating with the public, the private and the third sector to ensure that we tackle many of the issues that they are bringing to our attention in this Parliament. But I have to say I'm slightly disappointed at the tone of the motion today by the SNP, which very much focuses on attacking the UK government rather than addressing many of the issues that are covered. But then it's really no surprise, Presiding Officer, that the record of the Scottish Government is deflecting from the failings that they have brought over their tenure in office. The motion demands the devolution of all employment and social security powers to this Parliament, yet the SNP have failed to deliver any of the benefits that were devolved by the Scotland Act in 2016. The SNP promised that there would be a new Scottish welfare system which would be fully in place by 2021 election. I've got lots to cover and time is limited. But even before the pandemic in 2019, the Social Security Minister described and declared that they would hand back the service disablement allowance to the Department of Work and Pensions because there was unnecessary duplication. And now the Scottish Government has said that it wants to take full responsibility, but that's not going to happen until at least 2025. How can it be possible that we take nearly 1 decade to secure such a system, Presiding Officer? Let us not forget, this is the same party that assured voters that Scotland could come fully independent from the United Kingdom within a space of 18 months. And yet the SNP have the gall to demand that further social security powers be devolved and be devolved now. The SNP needs to sort out the mess that they have created so far, long before they take on new responsibilities and asking for new powers to be devolved. Despite the First Minister's protestations that education was her #1 priority, we have seen that the attainment gap has remained stubbornly wide. Between 2017-18 and 2018-19, the gap between the percentage of the most deprived and the least deprived in P1 to P3 pupils expected to achieve numeracy standards did not reduce at all. And between 2016-17 and 18-19, the attainment gap for the proportion of S3 pupils achieving the standard literacy grew from only 13.6% to 13.8%. Audit Scotland has challenged the SNP on the way that they are tackling and ensuring that their funds for the Scottish Attainment Challenge go further, because they say they do not go far enough and they are limited in their scope. But education has been fully devolved, Presiding Officer. It has been and is fully devolved and has been since the recommencement of this Parliament. The Scottish Conservatives, on the other hand, have a positive plan to tackle poverty, and it is welcome to see that some of our initiatives have already been adopted by other parties in this chamber. We, for example, were the first party to announce proposals to ensure that school-free meals for all primary schools. And we want to go further. We want to extend and give 5 extra hours of a wraparound to school children from each within primary 1 to primary 3. This would help to remove the barrier that prevents too many parents, particularly mothers, from returning to the workplace. We also have pledged to deliver the biggest social housing programme since devolution, with 60,000 new affordable homes. This, together with an accelerated Housing First scheme, would ensure that the scandal of rough sleeping is removed by 2026. No, as I say, I've only got a minute or two to go, and we would enshrine within law to ensure that the Scottish Government would deliver a ring-fenced percentage of its annual budget to local councils. Councils need the money. This would restore budgets back to where they were in 2007, before the SNP decided to ensure that they cut budgets with them. So our job, Presiding Officer, over the next 5 years is to shine a light on the current government's failings and to ensure that there's a positive vision for the future. I'd also like to make some contributions on my colleagues who've come forward today and spoken in the debate. Miles Briggs talked about ensuring that there was long-term impact from homelessness, and he talked about the need for a national first. Jeremy Balfour spoke with passion again, as he always does, about social security and talked about the lack of ambition from this government. Our new member, Sue Webber, spoke about child poverty and homelessness and gave some harrowing examples of what's happening on the ground in the communities that she represents. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, we in the Scottish Conservatives are determined to seek action on tackling poverty and building a fairer country. There's some might talk a good game on those issues, but when it comes to scratching beneath the surface, they are failing to secure information and support for so many. During their time in government, we have seen poverty levels in Scotland remain far too high. We have seen the attainment gap between the richest and poorest pupils remain stubbornly wide. We have also seen an increase in homelessness. There are some of the examples, but there are many other examples. It is because the SNP continue to prioritise their obsession with independence over anything else. If they are truly serious about tackling poverty and building a fairer country, they need to end the division, stop blaming Westminster, use the vast array of powers for welfare that they already have, and start to promote funding and secure for local councils. Until these happen, Presiding Officer, more Scots will continue to be failed by this government in Scotland. I thank you.
Thank you. I call on John Swinney to wind up the debate. Cabinet Secretary, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The problem, or one of the many problems with the speech that Alexander Stewart has just delivered, is that it rather ignored the outcome of the election. Because all of what Mr Stewart said in his contribution to the debate was peddled out by the Conservative Party day and daily in the run-up to the election, and the Conservative Party made not a scrap of progress in the election, and this government was returned with more seats than when we went into the election. So that is, I am afraid, the blunt, hard reality that the Conservative Party has got to face and move on from, because they just got beaten in the election and the debate has moved on. Now, on that note, I want to welcome the contribution that Miles Briggs gave to the debate, because Miles Briggs talked about some of the important areas where we can work together across the political spectrum, and I'm all for that, on free school meals and on the child payment. Really important reforms. But ultimately, they have to be paid for. So when it comes to budget day, I'll be reminding Miles Briggs and the Conservative Party and testing them about whether they've engaged substantively in a real discussion about putting the money in place to afford these reforms, or whether this was just an afternoon of posturing that we've all been treated to by the Conservative Party. So that will be the test. And of course I'll give way to Miles Briggs, of course.
Miles Briggs. In the spirit then of what the Cabinet Secretary has said, will he acknowledge that both governments, both of Scotland's governments, have acted, and the UK Government have provided the Scottish Government with record money throughout this pandemic, and that's actually showing how the governments can work together and make the changes which we all want to see?
Cabinet Secretary.
Anyone listening to any media interview or parliamentary exchange I've been involved in will have heard me saying all of that. My point is that when it comes to the agreement of the budget that this Parliament has to put in place to fund our public services, the Conservatives are posted missing when it comes to voting for the provisions to be put in place. The Miles Briggs shakes his head. I'm afraid I am factually correct here. When I was Finance Minister, I managed to nudge the Conservatives into voting for my budgets, but they haven't done it of recent years because of the posturing that is going on in these questions. Now, on this question, Pauline McNeill could perhaps bring some beneficial goodwill to the process, because she quite rightly talked about what can be achieved when, across the political spectrum, we work together in common purpose. She paid tribute to the work of Mr Griffin, of Jean Freeman, of Aileen Campbell, and of the engagement with the Cabinet Secretary. And certainly, on the Government's behalf, I make it absolutely crystal clear, despite my rather blunt remarks to the Conservative Party this afternoon, that we are committed to working across the political spectrum to make advances on some of these issues. And one of those areas will be in the field of the minimum income guarantee, where we want to establish cross-party dialogue with expert representation to assist us in that process, and the Cabinet Secretary has secured the participation of the Chair of Scotland's Poverty and Inequality Commission, Bill Scott, who has confirmed that the Commission will be happy to be involved as a member of that discussion forum to ensure the Commission's insights are incorporated into this important and ambitious work, and there will of course be an invitation to all parties to be part of that process. Of course.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you. Can you confirm whether third sector and civil society organisations will be invited to join that group?
Cabinet Secretary.
That will be the case, because it's important that we... I made the comment that the group will involve expert representation, and frankly, so many of the organisations to which Pam Duncan-Glancy refers are the experts in this field. So it's vital that we hear their voices and their input, and that we truly learn from all of that. So in that atmosphere of cross-party cooperation, the Government will be active and willing players in all of that. But there are, of course, some hard truths that lie at the heart of the debate around poverty, which we cannot, as a Parliament, escape if we are going to genuinely address a subject of this seriousness. And Parliament was assisted in its consideration today in these questions by the excellent first speeches that were made by my colleagues Natalie Dawn and Marie McNeill. Natalie Dawn's contribution was spirited, graceful and forceful in equal measure. But she did bring out the hard truth that what we give out in child payment, Westminster takes away and cuts to universal credit. That is a hard truth which is inescapable. So this Parliament, taking widely supported measures which will tackle the issue of child poverty, is being undermined by the steps that have been taken by the Westminster Government. So the point that Natalie Dawn made was a powerful point that Parliament cannot escape. Marie McNeill made I do hope that this institution does not feel as if it's that far away from the real world, but I know from the contribution that Marie McNeill made, she'll bring us back to the real world at all times. But she made the point that firefighting on these questions is not acceptable on an ongoing basis. That is why the constitutional debate is relevant. That is why we have to be in a position where we don't find ourselves, as Natalie Dawn said, on the one hand, taking measures to tackle child poverty, but finding the situation only gets worse because of the actions of the Westminster Government. That is a dichotomy that Scotland has got to address, and that is why the constitutional issue is relevant in this debate. In relation to the amendments that we have before us, the Government welcomes many aspects of the Labour Party's amendment that has been put forward and that was set out by Pam Duncan-Glancy in her contributions, but like Maggie Chapman, the issues that the Labour Party's amendment removes are the ones that give us difficulty. I think there is a welcome development in the Labour Party's position, which was in its manifesto, of recognising the importance of the devolution of employment responsibilities to this Parliament. That is obviously a reform that we in the Government have long supported. I argued for it in the Smith, unsuccessfully for it in the Smith Commission, because it is important Parliament is able to tackle the issues of fair work, is able to tackle the question of in-work poverty, is able to tackle the effects of working practices that contribute to in-work poverty for individuals, and the devolution of that responsibility is vital to enable the Parliament to fully exercise its responsibilities and to make a positive impact on the lives of individuals within our society. Now, so for those reasons, we can't support the Labour amendment, but we welcome many of the terms of the Labour amendment, and as the Cabinet Secretary has made clear, we look forward to engaging in dialogue with the Labour Party and with all parties in relation to these questions. Maggie Chapman made the point about the importance of the agenda in tackling poverty to be a bold agenda, and called for early steps on the doubling of the child payment, and I assure Maggie Chapman and the Chamber that the Government is looking to undertake that development as early as we possibly can during this parliamentary term. That's why I thought Mr Griffin's charge of issues being kicked into the long grass was somewhat uncharacteristically uncharitable for him, because we are seized of the need to tackle these issues. One of the things that characterised the public sector response to COVID in 2020 was the speed at which public bodies moved fast to address the human need and suffering of individuals. It should not take a pandemic to activate all of us to ensure that we take the necessary steps to essentially solve rough sleeping in our streets, literally in a matter of days. That happened in March 2020. Let us not forget it. But the challenge is to identify the ways in which we can emulate that and to make sure that swift action is taken to protect the lives and the well-being of individuals and to tackle poverty in our society.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on tackling poverty and building a fairer country, and it's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Business Motion 287 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau, setting out a revised business programme for this week. And I call on George Adam to move the motion. Is your card in, Mr Adam?
That's it. Just gave it a wee dunt there, Presiding Officer. Yes, thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and formally moved.
no member has asked to speak on the motion, so the question is that motion 287 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Okay. The motion is therefore agreed. And there are 5 questions to be put as a result of today's business. And I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Miles Briggs is agreed, then the other amendments will fall. And if the amendment in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy is agreed, then the amendments in the name of Maggie Chapman and Alex Cole-Hamilton will fall. The first question is that Amendment 263.1 in the name of Miles Briggs, which seeks to amend Motion 263 in the name of Shona Robison on tackling poverty and building a fairer country, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Okay. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and there shall be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Miles Briggs is agreed, then the other amendments will fall, and the question is that Amendment 263.1 in the name of Miles Briggs, which seeks to amend Motion 263 in the name of Shona Robertson on tackling poverty and building a fairer country, be agreed. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 263.1 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 28, no 71. There were 22 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is agreed, then the amendments in the name of Maggie Chapman and Alex Cole-Hamilton will fall. And the next question is that Amendment 263.3 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, which seeks to amend Motion 263 in the name of Shona Robertson on tackling poverty and building a fairer country, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 263.3 in the name of Pam Duncan-Clancy is yes 54, No 67. There were no abstentions and the amendment is therefore not agreed. The next question is that Amendment 263.4 in the name of Maggie Chapman, which seeks to amend Motion 263 in the name of Shona Robison on tackling poverty and building a fairer country, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 263.4 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 70, no 50. There were no abstentions and the amendment is therefore agreed. The next question is that amendment 263.2 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton, which seeks to amend motion 263 in the name of Shona Robison on tackling poverty and building a fairer country, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. Point of order from Jeremy Balfour.
Thank you, President Officer. Unfortunately, my system crashed. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. We'll ensure that's recorded. Point of order, Carol Mochan, online. Point of order, Carol Mockin.
Hi, sorry, I'm having some technical problems. I couldn't vote, but I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Mockin. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 263.2 in the name of Alex Cole-Hamilton is yes 26, no 94, there were no abstentions and the amendment is therefore not agreed. The final question is that motion 263 in the name of Shona Robison as amended on tackling poverty and building a fairer country be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. I call Faisal Chowdhury for a point of order online.
I would have voted no.
Can you repeat that, please?
I couldn't vote. I had technical issue. I would have voted no.
Thank you very much. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 263 in the name of Shona Robison, as amended, is yes 68, no 53. The motion as amended is therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time. There will be a brief pause before we move on to members' business.
Can I ask members who are leaving the chamber maybe to just do that very thing, and we can all get started on the next bit? And everybody's in their seat. I have to remind members that social distancing measures are in place in the chamber and across the Holyrood campus. I ask that members take care to observe these measures, including when entering and exiting the chamber. And the final item of business today is a members' business debate on motion 58 in the name of Jim Fairley on the impact of Scottish agriculture of tariff-free trade deals. This debate will be concluded without any questions being put, and I would ask those members who wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons now, and I would call on Jim Fairley to open the debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and can I officially welcome you to your new role? Finally get the chance to do it. Last week I met up with the National Farmers Union of Scotland at their invitation to discuss their concerns over the proposal for a tariff and quota-free deal currently under negotiation between the UK and Australian governments. Their briefing paper contained the following, and I quote, "NFU Scotland endorses the commitment that UK farmers should not be undercut by unfair competition and believes that trade deals that include the complete elimination of tariffs across agricultural sectors would seriously impact the farming and the rural communities that it supports." Excuse me. As the UK enters into negotiations for new trade deals with our trading partners around the world, it is important that sensitive sectors are considered. The cumulative impact of complete market liberalisation in future trade deals could be devastating to rural economies that are reliant on the industry and the jobs it brings. Once the precedent has been set, it will prove difficult to avoid in future trade deals. I have subsequently spoken with representatives of other various trade industry bodies, including the Scottish Tenant Farmers Association, the Institute of Auctioneers, the Scottish Association of Meat Wholesalers, Scottish Crofters Federation, the Scottish Butchers Federation, the Scottish Beef Association, Scottish Blackface Sheep Breeders Association and the National Sheep Association of Scotland, as well as numerous farmers in my constituency and across the country. Their excitement at the opportunities of this and future deals to be negotiated are palpable, said absolutely no one who understands or cares about this sector. In the very late 1800s and early 1900s, farming in this country was almost decimated as America opened up and transport became quicker, easier and cheaper. Grain and meat prices collapsed as the UK government opted for the liberalisation of markets. And as these prices collapsed, many tenants simply packed their carts and headed for the towns to try and find work. But the government insisted that cheap food was the priority, so land abandonment, land degradation and rural depopulation was commonplace. The farming sector didn't recover until during and after the Second World War, when the government realised that the German U-boat attacks on merchant ships were going to starve Britain into submission. The infrastructure that was needed for an entire industry had simply been decimated by years of inactivity and loss of skill set, which meant that the country had to reinvent its agricultural ability in order to feed itself. Thankfully, the farmers and the land girls faced up to that challenge and did exactly that. There has been a support system in place ever since, and the technological advances have been revolutionary, which has seen agriculture in Scotland resume its place in Scotland as the engine room for Scotland's rural economy and the bedrock for our fastest growing sector, the food and drink sector. So despite the protestations of Liz Truss and the Herald, the very survival of the industry is now being jeopardised by the trade deal being proposed with Australia in exactly the same way as the American and Canadian liberalisation deals did almost 100 years ago. The spuriousness of her arguments that we in the SNP are holding the industry back are laughable. We hear about the benefits... Finlay, go ahead.
Finlay Carson.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the member taking the intervention. Could you maybe give us an indication of when his SNP government are going to come forward with an outline on the plans for future rural support?
Jim Fairley.
The SNP government are coming forward with a plan for future rural support after they have taken all the information and all the reports that they're going to get from the 5 working groups that have been set up to help tackle our climate emergency. So the spuriousness of her arguments that we in the SNP are holding back the industry are laughable, and I'll repeat that point, because we hear the benefits to the whisky industry and how that will help. But how many family farms will benefit from a 5% reduction in tariffs on whisky to Australia? I'd hazard there'll be very, very few, if any. So it's clear that the Tories are now going to try and make this out to be an SNP grievance-mongering, anti-Westminster rhetoric debate. In reality, it's not just the SNP that I'd like. It's not just the SNP. And I'd like to thank those Labour and Green members who have signed this motion. Nor is the concern limited to the trade bodies I've already mentioned. I've also been contacted by the World Wildlife Fund, who are gravely worried about the implications of this deal and the UK Government's determination to offshore its own environmental obligations. And I quote, "In a crucial year for climate and nature, a substandard deal with Australia would make a mockery of the UK Government's world-leading plans to support sustainable farming and green global supply chains." I could go on. Their report is really damning. Last week in this chamber, Kate Forbes challenged Murdo Fraser on the devastation that this and future trade deals would have on the sector. His response spoke volumes because he cited South Ayrshire Council requiring public procurement bodies to reduce meat consumption by 75%. Now, if that's the best you've got, I'm afraid you really don't understand what's going on with the industry. But to pick up his point, the real threat is that if this deal goes through, and it is followed on by all the other shoddily prepared deals, we should be looking at recommending no meat products go into the menu for our children that have been imported from any of the hormone-injecting intensive feedlot system countries that Westminster are currently falling over themselves to do deals with. And let me just point this out to you. The total value of sales in the public procurement sector is worth £150 million. Now, that's a substantial amount of money, and I get that. And it's one that I will be working with the Scottish Government on to improve even further. Please do, Stephen.
Stephen Kerr.
Thank you. The problem that the SNP have is you're fundamentally a party that is opposed to free trade. Tell me one example of the SNP voting for a free trade deal with anybody in any parliament. Give me one example.
Jim Fairley, and I'll give you a wee bit extra time for the two interventions you've taken.
Thank you. The EU. So, and let me just point this out. And let me just point this out to you, Mr. Kerr. You had your moment. Please just let me point this out. The total value of sales into the public, the total
Excuse me, could we have less chat across the chamber, please?
Sorry, I couldn't hear myself
Sorry,
for the
I appreciate Mr Fairley, just carry on. Yeah.
The total value of sales in the public procurement sector, and I'm referring back to Mr Murdo Fraser's response last week, is £150 million. Now, that is a substantial amount of money, and that is one that I will be working with the Scottish Government to see how much better we can do to improve that and to see how much more we can get into the public sector. I absolutely take that on board. But that figure is completely dwarfed by our total grocery sale figure of £12 billion in annual spend in Scotland. So there is no way that the public procurement sales are going to salve the pain of destroying our own domestic market with foreign imports now that they have destroyed the relationship with the biggest single market in the world. And let's take that a step further. If Liz Truss wants to talk about the great trading opportunity we've been given as a result of their Brexit, our pre-Scottish Brexit red meat sales to the EU in 2019 were worth £87 million. Our red meat sales to Australia in the same year were £142,000. So in other words, we'd need to do over 600 Australia-sized deals just to match what we previously had. And to describe this as a major opportunity is utterly laughable. So I know that Scotland's farming community can thrive and meet its climate change targets with the kind of support that the SNP government is offering. I know that Ambition 2030 is not only hugely ambitious, it's an achievable ambition because of the fantastic cooperative nature that has been built in the sector since 2007, when Richard Lochhead introduced Scotland's first national food policy for Scotland, first one in Europe. And I know that our hospitality sector has got a fantastic future if we continue to build on the reputation we have taken decades to build. And I know that we continue to improve the health of our nation and our children by ensuring that they are fed the very best that we can grow and deliver. And let me point out right now, 90% of red meat is currently served in schools is Scotch.
Mr Fairley, could you please bring your remarks to a close?
Yep, I'll bring them to a close. But I also know that all of this can be destroyed at the stroke of Boris Johnson's pen, signing trade deals that will take us back to the early 1900s. This Parliament and everyone in this chamber, including yourself, Mr Kerr, should make sure that we do everything in our power that he doesn't get the opportunity to destroy what we have worked so hard to build. Thank you.
Thank you. I next call Finlay Carson to be followed by Colin Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I'd like to welcome you to your post. It's a bit like wishing people a new year. I don't know how long you traditionally keep on welcoming people, but I certainly do that. I'd like to welcome the Minister to this debate as well and on your post. I thank Jim Fairley for bringing this very topical and important issue to the Chamber, and I declare an interest as a member of the NFUS and someone who's been involved in the farming industry for most of his life. Agriculture undoubtedly holds a critical role in Scotland's economic and environmental well-being, employing more than 67,000 people in rural communities like my own in Galloway and West Dumfries. Scottish farmers are responsible for the delivering of the highest quality food for the Scottish and the wider UK market, and our reputation for producing the finest beef and dairy products continues to grow worldwide. Agriculture presently generates £1.3 billion for the Scottish economy, demonstrating just how critical this sector is to all of us. And I welcome the opportunity to recognise the Scottish farmers' commitment towards tackling climate change while protecting habitats and wildlife through sustainable innovation, management and their careful stewardship, something that they have championed for many generations. Naturally, talk of an Australian free trade agreement have sparked fears within our farming businesses, much of which has again been fuelled by the scaremongering of the SNP. And while the NFUS and others are engaging in discussion, I'd like to make some progress, thank you. While the NFUS and others are engaging in discussions with the UK Government on this issue, it seems that once again the SNP would rather make political points rather than seek to work with all partners to get the best deal for Scottish farmers. And you know, you've picked up on it. What hypocrisy when an SNP-controlled council suggests it would reduce meat consumption by 75%. Those type of misguided messages will have more impact in Scottish farming than any trade deal. I will. Gillian Martin.
Julie Martin.
I thank Finlay Carson for letting me in. I would just like to ask him, in terms of collaboration, if the UK Government has fulfilled its promise to have a commission that would actually engage with farmers before they signed any trade deals.
Finlay Carson.
Yes, certainly. Well, I'm quite surprised that the member doesn't recognise that the Trade and Agriculture Bill is a process that comes between negotiation of the trade deal and before it goes through Parliament. So yes, that's absolutely there and will be part of the process. So the fact of the matter is, however, that none of the trade deals we're signing around the world will undercut farmers here, or more importantly, compromise our high standards. The UK Government has already made it abundantly clear that hormone beef from Australia is banned and will remain so under any trade agreement. And it's not the case that a free trade deal will override our standards. Far from it, in fact. They're principally about tariffs and quotas, not about chlorinated chicken. I was waiting for that to come up, and it may still do. And it's not going to be shipped in from America. It's a complete non-starter, because our imports have to meet our existing world-leading quality and standards. It's unlikely Australian products will threaten farmers here, especially as it has currently unused lamb quota. They could sell this more right now, but they're not doing so. Particularly, and a lot of it's to do with, in many cases, the costs are higher in Australia to produce lamb. You consumers also have a strong belief in the Buy Scottish, Buy British approach, with 81% of beef sold in supermarkets such as Aldi, Co-op, Morrisons, all offering 100% British beef. Just 0.15% of Australian beef exports are currently UK-bound. This compares to 75% that finds its way into the Asia-Pacific markets. So the prospects of them flooding our markets is slim. And given the fantastic track record of QMS, it's increasingly likely that premium cuts of Scottish meat and lamb will find its way onto Australian plates. And exporters here will have the opportunity to expand into the growing new markets in Asia and Pacific. No deal has yet been inked with Australia, but instead of striking unnecessary fear among Scottish farmers, perhaps the SNP government would be better concentrating on its efforts on helping farmers. Perhaps it would be...
Well, it would have to be very brief, Alistair Allen.
Briefly, can he clarify what he means by others striking fears in the hearts of Scottish farmers, when it's the Scottish farmers themselves, through the NFUS, who are expressing those fears?
Finlay Carson.
Thank you for the intervention. Well, typically, I believe you're jumping the gun, because I'm unaware of any trade deal which will actually be detrimental to our farmers. We're already reinforcing the opinion that the SNP are the party of no deal. Now, alongside my colleagues and the Scottish Government and the UK Government, I'm going to continue consulting closely with the farming industry to address their concerns to make sure they benefit from greater opportunities. It's vitally important we protect our iconic Scottish produce, and I will scrutinise, along with others, any potential agreement and the trade deal which is yet to be signed. I am confident and have been reassured that the Trade and Agriculture Commission will ensure appropriate safeguards are in place in any UK free trade deals.
The member is about to conclude. Thank you.
The NFU supports the UK's broad objective in promoting free trade and share my belief that the UK Government that free trade deals can open up significant new exporting opportunities for the farming community. Deputy Presiding Officer, I echo the words of the Secretary of State for International Trade in relation to the potential Australia dream, welcoming an agreement which will give strengthen the ties between our two great friends and democracies, bound by a shared belief in free enterprise, fair play and high standards.
I now call Colin Smith to be followed by Liam MacArthur, who will join us remotely.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer, and congratulations on your new role. Can I also thank Jim Fairley for bringing this motion forward today and also take the opportunity to welcome him to the Chamber and his first members' debate. Jim Fairley's motion rightly recognises the importance of Scotland's agriculture sector and therefore the importance of any ongoing trade negotiations. Scottish agriculture is the heart of our world-class food and drink industry, and beyond its economic value, it's central to the viability of our rural communities. The needs of the sector therefore must be an integral part of any trade deals, and any deals should also meet the future ambitions we should have for the sector. At a time we need to continue to drive up standards, to cut emissions, to use land more sustainably, to improve animal welfare. We can't have those ambitions undermined by any trade deal. When the UK Government's agriculture bill was passing through Westminster, they claimed there was no risk to standards. Fears from the sector were dismissed and legal protections added to the bill by Labour were removed. So the proposed trade deal with Australia will be the first test of whether the UK Government's warm words on supporting the agriculture sector were simply that, just warm words. Because, Presiding Officer, the rumoured deal with Australia with no quotas, no tariffs, no real safeguards will have a devastating impact on the agricultural sector if agreed. But more than that, it would signify a willingness to sell out agriculture, not just here in Scotland, but across the UK when it comes to an expectation for future trade deals. No wonder the sector has been absolutely united in its condemnation. NFUS Chief Executive Scott Walker said in a quote, "To be crystal clear, an Australian free trade agreement with no tariffs or quotas on sensitive products will put some of Scottish farmers and crofters out of business and set a precedent that all other countries looking for free access to the UK market in the future will be desperate to replicate."
Stephen Kerr.
I wonder if I can ask the member, if all these fears are being talked up by the SNP and by him in his speech, if there was any truth to them, why is it that Australia does not currently take up its whole tariff-free trade in lamb? If we were about to have a tsunami of Australian lamb, why are they not currently taking up the quota that they have, which is tariff-free? It doesn't add up, these arguments that are being put against free trade. It really doesn't.
I have to say it's disappointing that Mr Kerr just dismisses the comments that I've just quoted from the NFUS. And I'll quote another comment here from Donald McKinnon, Chair of the Scottish Crofting Federation, that said that unbridled access to our markets would be, and again I quote, catastrophic for crofting and hill production. Maybe Mr Kerr dismisses that as well. Or what about the UK Farming Roundtable, who called for the UK Government to stand up for UK farmers in its negotiations, noting that a binding, unconditional commitment to fully liberalise tariff lines in these sensitive sectors should be resisted, and should demands for excessive quota concessions which would have the same effect. The sector has been very clear, Mr Kerr, and it has been unanimous about the damage a deal of this nature would do to Scottish agriculture. And I believe agriculture in Scotland deserves better than being simply a bargaining chip sold out at every step of the Brexit process. The UK Government needs to listen to the warnings that are coming from the sector itself, deliver a deal with the necessary safeguards in place to protect local producers and protect our world-class standards. Presiding Officer, these trade negotiations are of huge importance to Scottish agriculture and also to our rural communities. But it's not the only post-Brexit challenge the sector faces. And although this is a hugely important subject, it's maybe a bit disappointing that the first debate on agriculture in this session is a members' debate on what is a reserved issue, when there are actually many outstanding issues facing the sector that are the responsibility of this Parliament and the Scottish Government that we're not going to get the opportunity to debate anytime soon. In particular, the challenges the sector faces over the lack of clarity and what changes the Scottish Government will make to agricultural support during the transition period, which is already underway, much less the long-term plans to replace the Common Agricultural Policy. The report by the Farmer and Food Production Future Policy Group appears to be lying somewhere on a shelf gathering dust a full year after it was supposed to be published. We don't know when, how or even if the recommendations of the farmer-led groups will be taken forward, and it's unclear whether the Crofton Bill, abandoned last term, will go ahead this term. The clock is ticking towards the end of the transition period, and the sector needs answers. So I hope the Scottish Government will make it a priority in this term to give Parliament, and more importantly Scotland's farmers and crofters, those overdue answers soon. And in providing those answers, I hope it will ensure that Scotland's agriculture sector is an integral part of a post-Brexit, post-CAP, post-pandemic green recovery that delivers a sustainable future for our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I next call Liam MacArthur, who is joining us remotely, to be followed by Michelle Thompson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I know this evening's debate is heavily subscribed, so I will keep my remarks brief. However, given the fundamental importance of agriculture to the Orkney community I've had the privilege of representing for over 14 years, I couldn't let this opportunity pass without offering a few thoughts from an island perspective. Firstly, though, can I add my congratulations to Jim Fairley on securing this first members' debate of the new session, and thank him for choosing to focus on a key issue facing our farming and crofting sectors at the moment. Can I also warmly congratulate my friend Marie Goujon on her well-deserved promotion to Cabinet Secretary and wish her all the very best in this important role. I certainly look forward to working with her across a range of issues. There can be few communities, I think, as heavily reliant on agriculture as Orkney, which remains economically and culturally shaped by the sector. It's a major employer and source of income to the islands, but also a huge success story in terms of the reputation Orkney's farmers have earned for high-quality local produce, beef, lamb, cheese, all part of genuinely world-class food and drink sector. That reputation has been founded on high standards of animal welfare and environmental impact, which involves a willingness to innovate and constantly look at how things might be done better. But it's a commitment that comes at a cost. It should not, it cannot be done on the cheap, and it is a commitment that should be matched by those seeking to compete with UK producers in the UK market. Sadly, as NFU Scotland point out, the risk is that UK farmers could be undercut by unfair competition resulting from trade deals struck by the UK Conservative government that include the complete elimination of tariffs across the agricultural sector. That in turn has implications for our efforts to tackle climate change, improve habitats and protect wildlife, given the farming sector's management and stewardship responsibilities. Implications too for the prosperity and even viability of many rural and island communities across Scotland, which are so dependent upon farming. The focus, understandably, has been on the trade deal struck between the UK and Australia, but the concern is as much about the cumulative impact that a succession of such deals might have on jobs and incomes within the sector. Once the precedent has been set, it will be difficult to avoid such tariff-free access in future trade deals. Yet by the same token, were we to make clear the need for those exporting to the UK to meet the same stringent welfare and environmental standards that we demand of our own producers, this could help in setting a more positive precedent. It would certainly reduce the risk of our farmers and crofters being undercut. Meanwhile, as NFUS explained, recent deals with Japan and Canada include tariff relief quotas, which trigger safeguard clauses above certain thresholds, and this is particularly relevant in sensitive sectors of primary production. So there are options available. In closing, Presiding Officer, and on the theme of meeting high animal welfare standards, can I ask Marie Goujon to update Parliament today or ahead of the summer recess on the latest situation with regard to future plans on regulating live animal transport? Proposals issued for consultation by both the UK and Scottish governments earlier this year caused real concern amongst the farming communities in Orkney and Shetland. Bluntly, as framed, the proposed restrictions would have closed down the livestock industry in the Northern Isles. and this on the basis of no credible evidence that the highest animal welfare standards are not already being met. Meantime, can I thank Jim Fairley again for allowing Parliament this opportunity to debate such an important subject, and look forward to hearing the contributions from other colleagues as well as the Cabinet Secretary in response. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you to Liam McArthur, who kept to his time. I make no further comment. Before calling the next speaker, I would wish to advise that as a result of the number of members who are wishing to speak in this debate, I am minded to accept a motion without notice under Rule 8.14.3 to extend the debate by up to 30 minutes. And I now invite Jim Fairley to move a motion without notice.
Moved.
Thank you, Mr Fairley. So the question is that the debate be extended by up to 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? Thank you. So I now would call Michelle Thompson to be followed by Emma Harper.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, as with lunch, free trade is never free. It can bring benefits, but we must not be blind to the costs, complexity and potential threats. In principle, I support free trade, given that it can drive economic efficiency and productivity and reduce the likelihood of wars by creating economic interdependence. It can even reduce political corruption, as powerful interest groups have less scope for manipulating trade policies to serve their own ends. But with this proposed Australia trade deal, there are many potential hazards. Many of these have been powerfully stated by my colleague Jim Fairley, and I anticipate my other colleagues will deftly deal with the issues, be it around environment, our ambitions for climate change, food security and standards, animal welfare concerns, the specific nature of Scottish farming, the paltry contribution this deal brings to UK GDP at 0.2%, the lack of consultation or the impact on rural economies. What I want to focus on today is the fact that the financial environment within which our farming businesses operate could be changed significantly, both as a consequence of Brexit and subsequent new trading arrangements, whether based on free trade or not. I want to talk to Scottish farm businesses with loans or overdrafts. Commercial lending for business is vastly different to lending for ordinary consumers. For a start, it's not regulated. This means that commercial contracts with banks are treated in law as a contract amongst equals. Secondly, most people, and many business people, are of the mistaken view that the servicing of the debt in the form of regular payments is sufficient. But most banks reserve the right to call in a debt at any time of their choosing, regardless of whether the debt is being serviced or the business is profitable. So any change in circumstances and fundamental changes to the marketplace by a trade deal is certainly one, can be used by banks to call in loans which can have a catastrophic consequence for their business. Now, we know from recent experience that banks in the UK have a blemished record of serving small and medium-sized enterprises. Post-2008, there were many small businesses that had their bank loans called in, owners were sequestrated and they lost their livelihoods. What is worse is that the UK Treasury and the Tory Lib Dem government at that time worked with what was the Royal Bank of Scotland to identify businesses that could be pushed into financial distress and then asset stripped. Other banks had similar approaches and justifies their actions based on changed business circumstances such as changed valuations. I beg to suggest that trade deals also change circumstances and valuations. So I simply ask, has any consideration therefore been given to the possible attitude of banks to the farming community sector? Given the current high lending to agriculture, has the UK government carried out any form of due diligence to assess the exposure of SME farming businesses to the actions of the banks? I doubt it. My final point is this. Few people understand what it means to be a farmer in your community. We have farming in my husband's family. Your standing, your family history, your fundamental identity. Scottish farmers could be looking down the barrel of huge changes brought by a government Scotland didn't vote for, implementing a Brexit policy Scotland didn't vote for, pushing for a trade deal without protections and consultation that could do untold damage. Now, I started my speech, and I'm finishing now, by saying free trade is never free. It is precisely because of that we must ensure Scotland's farming businesses are not unwittingly sacrificed on the altar of Tory government incompetence. Thank you.
Thank you. I will call next Emma Harper, to be followed by Beatrice Wishart, who is joining us remotely. Emma Harper.
Presiding Officer, ractopamine, cloxacillin, butylated hydroxyanisole. These are just a few of the chemicals that I'm concerned about with any trade deal. These chemicals have been banned across the EU since 1981 on health grounds, with restrictions also placed on imports of hormone-treated beef from third countries. Ractopamine is a growth hormone used to make cattle, turkeys and pigs leaner before slaughter, and the use in the USA dairy industry uses it to increase milk production. Cloxacillin is a veterinary antibiotic growth promoter used in Australia and banned for use in the EU. And butylated hydroxyanisole, BHA, is a toluene-based antioxidant used in the USA in many products, from crisps to sausages, and it's known to be a carcinogen, and it's banned for use in the EU. Presiding Officer, I welcome the opportunity to speak in this vitally important debate and congratulate colleague Jim Fairley on securing it. I'm concerned about the impact on Scottish agriculture of trade deals. I'm concerned about drugs used in animals. Yes, I will.
Finlay Carson.
Could I ask the member where exactly food and health and safety requirements are included in a trade deal? Or are these in other pieces of legislation which are embedded in legislation in the UK and form no part of a trade deal?
Emma Harper.
Wow, I can't believe that you actually even asked me about that. The trade deals that are being negotiated need to take stock of the processing and the production of the produce that will be shipped into this country. And I think that I'm hearing yittering from the sidelines, Presiding Officer. What I would like to do is talk about the growth hormones and antibiotics that are used in the production of American, Brazilian and Australian meat, and they're deemed unsuitable for us here in Scotland by Food Standards Scotland. I will only give way if Finlay Carson can give me a 100% guarantee that we will not have any produce coming into this country that will have any growth hormones or antibiotics in the food produce that's being shipped here in your trade deal from your government in Westminster.
Finlay Carson.
Could I ask the member again, where in any trade deal does chlorinated chicken or hormone beef come up? Those are dealt with in a separate manner altogether and don't form any part of the trade deal. But if the member, from what she's saying, suggests it is, could you point me in any other trade deal where those conditions are applied?
Emma Harper.
I'm concerned that any conditions that will be applied for the trade deal would allow the door open to future trade deals, which mean that we might have risks to our food supply chain. I know about antimicrobial resistance. I know the damage to people's kidneys because we are on the last line of antibiotics for people. So we really need to, maybe we should be asking ourselves, why would these products be banned in the EU from 1981 if they were going to be issues that we should not be concerned about? This view is shared by the future of our prosperity in our industry and the health security of our nation. This view is shared by the National Farmers Union here in Scotland. And of course I will, Mr Fairley.
Jim Fairley.
Thank you for taking that intervention. Would the member agree with me that the real problem with this trade deal is that it will set a precedent for further trade deals, and that the Americans have already stated that there will be no such thing as labelling, there will be no such thing as country of origin, there will be no such thing as any differentiation in the trade deal that they want to come forward with. Are you? Well,
excuse me, Mr Chair, one speaker at the time the person is on his feet.
Sorry, say that again.
Yes, Mr Fairley, had you asked your question?
My question was, did the member agree with me? But I'm very interested to hear that Mr Kerr is telling us that they're not going to get a trade deal. We will hold them to account on that, so we'll see what happens later on.
Emma Harper, thank you.
I'm actually very interested in what Jim Fairley is saying. I'm also really interested that the Food and Drug Administration in America has an acceptable level of defects handbook, which actually allows for a maximum level of produce like rat poo in their produce. We don't have the equivalent in Europe at all. And I know they're all rolling their eyes about it, but why does the Food and Drug Administration in America actually have a book that tells us what acceptable levels of mites and dust and fly insect parts and mammalian excreta in the food? This is what we are going to expect if we move towards these trade deals. Animal welfare issues, I will close, Presiding Officer. I'm just really concerned about the way that we move forward. I want to stand up for our Scottish farmers. I want to stand up for the safety of the food that we eat. We need to protect our farmers in Scotland, unlike the government in Westminster.
Thank you. And we next call Beatrice Wishart, who is joining us remotely, to be followed by Alistair Allen.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am pleased to be able to take part in this members' debate brought forward by Jim Fairley, and I thank him for doing so. Members will not be surprised that I will focus my initial comments on my own constituency, Shetland. Crofting and fishing are the traditional backbone of Shetland, both economically and culturally. Agricultural businesses in the islands are often small, low impact and high quality. We should thank and support local food businesses for the high quality food they produce and which they continued to do so throughout the pandemic. The increase in the trade of sheep and cattle from the Northern Isles to the mainland indicates that the quality of produce and high welfare standards are trusted. Supporting local businesses is vital, especially post-COVID, but they are often disproportionately hammered by government regulation and the general additional higher costs of island living. The recent live animal transport consultations were a case in point and could have a devastating effect on the islands. In fact, some in Shetland expressed the view that the proposals could kill off crofting completely. The agricultural industry has high animal welfare standards, and we want to keep it that way. And crofters and farmers are committed to sustainable innovation, management and stewardship. Shetland Wool Week is one such innovation. It celebrates Britain's most northerly native sheep, Shetland's textile industry and the rural farming community in the islands. Shetland wool has a reputation for quality, strength and excellence, from fleece to textile product. Wool Week has grown in the last decade or so to an internationally acclaimed event of exhibitions, demonstrations and classes, drawing hundreds of visitors to Shetland from all over the world for 1 week in the autumn. It's a phenomenal success for the whole community. The NFUS briefing shows that the agricultural sector in Scotland employs over 67,000 people and resulting in 1.3 billion to the Scottish economy. Sustainable food production not only has a positive impact on rural communities, it impacts across the whole country's supply chain. We cannot allow our crofters and farmers to be undercut by unfair competition and tariffs, and imports must uphold high standards of welfare. Presiding Officer, my input to this debate may be brief, but I hope that does not lessen the points I've tried to make about the significant contribution and the value to Scotland of the agricultural sector and the people who work in it. We must protect it.
Thank you. And I would next call Alistair Allen to be followed by Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I first, like others, thank Jim Fairley for bringing a debate to Parliament about this important subject so early on in his time as an MSP. For crofters in the agriculturally least favoured parts of Scotland, such as my own island constituency, people are very aware of the words of the former UK Tory Agriculture Secretary Andrea Leadsom when she said that it would make so much more sense if those with the big fields have the sheep and those with the hill farms do the butterflies. Now, the UK Government seems to be convinced that ad hoc trade deals with individual countries are an adequate answer to that and an adequate replacement for the European single market, which, as Mr Fairley rightly pointed out, was a vast free trade area from which the UK chose to remove itself. Now, of course, we all want, in this situation, I will, yes?
Stephen Kerr.
The member referred to an earlier intervention I made on Jim Fairley. I asked him the question I'm going to ask you. When we were members of the European Union, which trade deal that the European...
Mr Kerr, could you please address your comments?
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Thank you.
Which trade deal that the EU struck when Britain was a member did the SNP in the last 20 years support? One example, please, of a free trade deal that the SNP have supported.
Alistair Allen.
I hate to be unoriginal, but Mr Fairley's example was the best one of all. It's the European Union and the European single market, which I just mentioned, were supported by us and inexplicably rejected by the member's party. In those circumstances, we do, of course, want to pursue good trading relationships with other countries. But it is significant that some of the countries that we seem now to be talking about pursuing those trade deals with would enjoy tariff-free access when many of the countries with which we are most closely associated in the past would enjoy no such relationship in future. So crofters and farmers are entitled to ask what that means for them. So what, if any, safeguards will the deals include for domestic agriculture? Concerns have been expressed about the country's market being swamped by cheap food imports. Otherwise, why has, on another point, why has the proposed Trade and Agriculture Commission for examining such deals not, as I understand it, yet been set up? Are we really saying that countries in Europe which have broadly similar standards on animal welfare, the use of hormones and on environmental impacts, not to mention, of course, a minimum wage for farm workers? I'm not entirely sure if the Conservatives are entirely signed up to that. Why should those countries pay tariffs while countries which may be unconstrained by any of those factors have tariff-free access to our supermarkets? And the point that I think the Conservatives have missed in this debate is how could agriculture in Scotland, in the long term, compete for price in a situation of that kind without severely changing or compromising standards? We may well begin with Australia, but what do we do if such a deal is then reached with major food producers like Brazil, whose environmental and other standards are so unlike our own as to raise even bigger concerns? If I may make some progress, and the progress I wish to make is to say that in this debate we've heard from the Conservatives that somehow others are planting fears in the minds of farmers. The NFUS has put it this way: as it stands, this trade deal will cause serious issues to the future of Scottish farming and set a precedent for other trade deals which would further undermine the sector. But if they think that is bad, they may wish to look at what the Scottish Crofting Federation has said. We have a very high-quality product that simply cannot compete in a market flooded with lower-priced meat. That the UK Government is even giving consideration to that, a completely unacceptable deal of that kind, is despicable. Presiding Officer, I think I'll just finish with the words of the Crofters Federation, since they've grasped the situation so much more clearly and more eloquently than our Conservative colleagues, I regret to say, this evening have.
Thank you. I now call Paul McLennan to be followed by Jenny Minto.
Presiding Officer, can I thank Jim Fairley for bringing this debate this evening. My constituency, East Lothian, is often referred to as the breadbasket of Scotland. It has high-yielding, high-quality land and employs many in the county. Farming is the heartbeat of our rural community. East Lothian has over 180 farms with a mix of arable, dairy, pigs, upland farming, soft fruit and vegetables. There are thousands employed in the sector which supports direct farm work, and there are many suppliers of feed, agricultural equipment and support services. In the last few years, farmers have had to deal with a disaster that is Brexit, which of course Scotland voted against and which our ministers were unable to even attend discussions. The meat and dairy sectors reported a dramatic fall in EU exports in the first quarter, with falls of 59% and 50% respectively. Scotland's Food and Drinks, Jane Withers, said there is no sugarcoating these statistics. They are grim. The EU settlement scheme is another disaster waiting to happen for the farming industry. Keeping good workers makes good business sense for farmers, says George Jameson, NFU Education and Skills Policy Manager. Knowledge, experience and skills are long-term investment, hard to replace, and is essential to modern farming. Then comes along the news of the proposed tariff-free trade deal with Australia, and that discussions are also underway with New Zealand. Now, we've heard a few people quote, obviously, the NFU tonight, and this is another quote from NFUS President Martin Kennedy. And he said, "Scotland's beef, dairy, sheep and grain sectors are particularly at risk, and we believe that the deal should not risk the future viability of the farming sector. This trade deal," and this is a quote, "as it stands, will cause serious issues to the future of Scottish farming."
Member, take an intervention.
Yeah, of course.
Finlay Carson.
Thank you very much for taking intervention. But do you support the Trade and Agriculture Commission, as the NFUS do, which sets out to ensure farmers don't face unfair competition and that our high animal welfare and food standards won't be undermined?
Paul McLennan.
I think one of the things that the NFUS has said as well, there was no consultation on this deal with them at all, whatsoever. So I think, if we're talking about that, it's hypocrisy. There was no consultation with NFUS on that at all. Just moving on, NFU Scotland have called for the following 4 points to be considered in discussions. And I think this has been mentioned a few times before. Recognise sensitive sectors of primary production. We've seen deals with Japan and Canada which have included tariff relief quotas, which triggered safeguard clauses above certain thresholds. These should be adopted in future deals to secure the future of the sector. Secondly, negotiations should not put the farming sector at risk. Continued sustainable food production and its positive impact in communities should be secured. Thirdly, uphold high standards of production. Imports must meet our high standards of production, and trade policy and domestic policy should work to underpin these standards. And again, this is really important. Establish positive precedents that support Scottish farmers. Commitments in areas like animal welfare and climate change will make it far easier to secure similar commitments with other parties in the future. Likewise, total market liberalisation will be hard to avoid in future deals if it is awarded to the first UK free trade agreement negotiated. Presiding Officer, in conclusion, consumers in Scotland already enjoy some of the most affordable food in the world, produced to the highest standards. Scotland's voice is once again being ignored by a UK Tory government that frankly doesn't care. We cannot sacrifice rural employment, the prosperity of rural areas in East Lothian and Scotland, and our high standards that should not be jeopardised for the sake of a face-saving deal. And I'll give this pledge to farmers in East Lothian. I'm not going to sit back and watch the Tories damage your business and our rural economy in the county. It's time the Scottish Conservatives broke their silence and stood up for jobs in East Lothian and in Scotland.
I now call Jenny Minto to be followed by Gillian Martin, who will be the last speaker, backbench speaker in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I welcome Mary McCallan to her role as well. Farmers in Argyll and Bute are very concerned about the precedent that this hastily negotiated tariff-free trade deal between the UK and Australia sets, agreed even before the Trade and Agricultural Commission has been set up to scrutinise the economic impact of such deals. A deal which places consumers above producers. Farmers across my constituency work hard to produce top-quality cattle and sheep. Farmers across my constituency are central to the communities that they live in. But as Duncan McAllister, chair of NFU Argyll and the Isles, said to me yesterday, farmers are price takers, not price makers. Of course.
Michelle Thompson.
Would the member agree with me that the statement by Dr Marita Jaeger, who's a senior research fellow at the University of Sussex, what she points out is wider than just producers themselves, and what she says, and I quote, "What is worrying on a much broader point is that the UK government is pushing ahead with a trade deal without any public discussion about what trade policy, what kind of economy and what kind of national food production they are pursuing, if there is any strategy at all."
Jenny Minto.
So yes, I would agree with the member. Farming is more than just simply the food production. It's what it does for the community. It's the children going to the schools, it's supporting the health service, it's supporting the local shops. So yes, it is much wider than just simply the food production. Living on Islay, I am surrounded by land which is carefully cultivated and stewarded by farmers. This cultivation has been going on for centuries. The 1799 statistical account records the rearing of cattle as a principal object with the gentlemen of Islay, who have the merit of having brought the Islay cattle to vie with the best of their neighbours at market. They are carried by drovers to Dumbarton and Falkirk, and even to England. Islay cattle remain a very high quality, with yearlings being sold to the mainland for finishing, a sale at Bridgend March yielding up to £1 million. And Highland cattle are established in the less favourable moorland, producing meat containing more protein and iron and less fat, managed by farmers and their families who are so integral to the island's economy and community, as they are the length and breadth of Argyll and Bute. No, I'd like to continue, if you don't mind. There are 1,944 farms employing over 2,600 people in Argyll and Bute. But with one quick signature, this tariff-free trade deal, as Jim Fairley's motion says, could lead to potentially hugely damaging consequences for Scotland's most remote and rural communities. On Sunday, I met with Scott McClellan, whose family have farmed Kilheran on Islay for generations. His farm is possibly as remote and rural as you can get. Situated atop cliffs on the rugged west coast of Islay, Scott farms a mix of sheep and cattle. The farm has a distinctive, almost 200-year-old roundsteading, and what was Jim was saying, farming has history and flourishes through continuity. If broken, that continuity of effort and success may be impossible to repair. No, sorry. Scott told me that the Australian farmers have a couple of advantages over Scottish hill farmers: scale and breadth of market. The Asian market will buy every cut of the Australian farmer's beast, while Scottish farmers make their profit on the prime cuts as there little or no market for offal. He recognises that it might take time for the Australian agricultural sector to shift to increase their sales to the UK market, but his real concern is the much closer and bigger markets of the United States, Brazil and Argentina. This worry was repeated by Duncan McAllister. We don't know what the future will hold, he told me, but cheaper produce will arrive in our supermarkets, and sadly, though people want to shop local, they shop with money and not their hearts. Jim Fairley's motion ends by asking that the UK Government must take notice of the vulnerability of Scotland's agricultural sectors. This is wholeheartedly supported by the farmers of Argyll and Bute. I will finish by quoting a Scot who emigrated to the United States, the Reverend John Witherspoon, speaking in 1776 about American independence. He said in his heavy Scots burr, "Sir, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for the measure, but it is in danger of rotting for the want of it." Might I suggest that 245 years later, this is now the situation in the country of his birth? Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call Gillian Martin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I want to congratulate Jim Fairley in being the first MSP to secure a members' debate in this session on such an important subject, not just for the economy of rural Scotland, but for the public health and well-being of the people who live across Scotland, both rural and urban areas. This is about the food we eat. It's about what our bairns put in their bellies. It's about, as much as it is about the livelihoods of their parents and the communities they live in. It's also about the environment of the country we live in, as Mr Fairley's constituency predecessor, Rosanna Cunningham, knew all too well in her role of Cabinet Secretary. For years since Brexit, she argued vociferously as Cabinet Secretary that the food we eat, if the food we eat is not grown here, we not only offshore our carbon emissions, but we have no control on the welfare of the animals involved. And the land management of Scotland, which is key to us becoming a net zero nation, becomes a real pressing issue. Because make no mistake, not only are our Scottish farmers the people behind the quality of our food, they're the custodians of the land and key to the health of that land, our livestock welfare and our net zero ambition. Straight after the Brexit vote, I was at the Turriff Show meeting with, I need to make progress, I was at the Turriff Show meeting with NFUS colleagues and their politicians round table, as we do every summer before a pandemic. The issue of tariff-free deals for countries like New Zealand, Australia, the US and South America were a hot topic then. And we just had the snap general election where Tory MPs were voted in across my area on promises of a land of plenty for agriculture. The farmers of the North East were already very nervous of promises being diluted even then. Michael Gove was there, I remember, and one particular farmer warned him that if the North East farming community had lent their votes this time, but woe betide them if they let farmers down. Well, Mr Gove characteristically spoke lots of nice-sounding words by way of response, much like he did in Channel 4 News when he promised that Brexit would benefit farmers. But his assurances were demonstrably untrue, This zero-tariff trade deal with the meat producers of Australia will rip the guts out of the livestock industry in the North East if it goes ahead. And much in the same way that Alistair Allen mentioned, it will make them uncompetitive. Farmers are angry, and rightly so. The agricultural lobby group, Save British Farming, has relaunched itself in response to concerns over the impact of the Australia deal. Their chairperson said the deal is, quote, an existential threat to British farming. And Martin Kennedy has already been quoted in this debate. Martin Kennedy from NUFS pointed to another worry, and that has been mentioned again in the debate, the lack of consultation with the sector. He said, while some additional market...
Finlay Carson.
The member talks about how we need to have confidence in farmers and the importance of food and climate change. But the member will know in her time as a convener that Chris Stark raised concerns months ago about the lack of progress with the Scottish Government, and the Farming and Food Production Future Policy document was supposed to be published last June. So is it good or is it bad for the farming community and the rural communities that the Scottish Government are still dithering over the future of rural payments?
Julie Martin.
The phrase "what a bootery" comes to mind. I really must commend Finlay Carson. You've been given your instructions to defend this, and I know you're finding this really difficult to defend this trade deal. I know you're finding it, but my goodness, you're putting in a right shift today. Well done. But I'm not going to go into another topic altogether. I'm going to continue to quote Martin Kennedy, who says, while some additional market access and tariff liberalisation is expected in post-Brexit era, all deals must be properly scrutinised and ratified to avoid any risks to the future viability of the farming sector. Rushing through a trade deal without the promised statutory Trade and Agriculture Commission in place prior to the deal being concluded sets a damaging precedent. And Mr Carson seems to think it's in place, but it isn't. And the deal also came as a surprise to Minette Batters, who said that it is wholly irresponsible for the government to sign a trade deal with no tariffs or quotas on sensitive products, which therefore undermines our own domestic economy and businesses. It appears that the answer to my farming constituent those couple of years ago, who warned Mr Gove, is now much clearer. You cannot trust the Tories with Scottish agriculture. Jim Fairley is quite right to bring this to the Chamber, and I'll stand with him, my colleagues and Scottish farmers to demand that this vital part of our economy and the health of our food and land is protected. Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I would now call on Mary McCallan as Minister to wind up the debate. And certainly, point of order, Mr.
Yeah, sorry, I omitted to say at the start of my speech that I was still a member of the NFU, despite the fact that I no longer farm. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fairley. That's now on the record, and I would advise the Chamber that this is Mary McCallan's first speech to our Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Like others, I'd like to begin by congratulating Jim Fairley on securing this important members' business debate. Well done to him for so widely consulting with Scotland's agricultural stakeholders, something that has been sadly amiss from the UK Government's approach. I'd also like to thank all members who stayed to contribute tonight from all corners of Scotland and from all parties except from the Tories, the Tory benches, who are voicing their concerns. I'd like to declare an interest in this debate as someone who lives on a beef and sheep hill farm and whose partner has lived and worked there for over 100 years. And, Presiding Officer, if you'll allow me, seeing as this is my first speech in the Chamber as a newly elected MSP, I'd like to briefly mention my constituency. From Elvenfoot in the south to East Kilbride in the north, I do believe Clydesdale is the most beautiful constituency in Scotland. And, of course, one of the things that makes it so is its natural environment and the ample agricultural land, which, as my colleagues Jenny Minto and Gillian Martin have pointed out, is so dutifully tended by our farmers. We know this is a key part of our tourism offer. But of course we principally value Scotland's farmers and crofters because of the work that they do producing healthy, delicious food, which has an international reputation for high animal welfare standards and environmental standards, and which is increasingly produced via sustainable methods. Before moving to trade, I think it's important to reiterate the context we are working in here and the extent to which Scotland, who rejected Brexit, is suffering because of it. Scotland's farmers cannot export seed potatoes to the EU. There are restrictions on importing honeybees, there's problems exporting meat, and the historic trade of goats
and sheep between Scotland and Northern Ireland has ended without notice. I'm afraid, as my colleague Paul McLennan pointed out, this is evidence enough that the UK Government do not support Scotland's farmers. But just as they were content to let down Scotland's fishing industry on trade, it seems they're preparing to do the same on agriculture. Because make no mistake, any tariff-free trade deal will have a devastating effect on Scotland's farmers and producers. Presiding Officer, let me be clear. This Government deeply regrets that we're being taken out of the EU against our will, and it's our intention that we should rejoin as an independent nation. Despite this, we do accept the need to develop free trade agreements in the meantime. The Government want to see Scotland's trade increase, including with Australia. It's our 14th largest export market, valued at £680 million in 2018. And we're keen to go further, and we've committed to increasing Scotland's trade to 25% of GDP by 2019. But these gains, they must never come at the expense of our farmers, our food producers and our precious natural environment and world-leading climate ambition. As Michelle Thompson points out, the UK Government's own scoping assessment concluded that a UK-Australia FTA would benefit overall UK GDP by a mere 0.02%, and that whilst Brexit will lead to a contraction of UK GDP of 4.9%, both over 15 years. So it's no wonder that we are questioning why the UK are pursuing this and calling on them to explain how they will protect sensitive sectors and all the jobs and livelihoods that are connected with that. And we're not alone in this. This is not, as colleagues in the Conservative benches are suggesting, SNP scaremongering. The Welsh Government and the Northern Ireland Executive have also voiced their concerns, so have Scotland's farmers and environmental groups. And like Liam MacArthur, I'm concerned about the precedent this sets for future agreements. It's of great concern to the Scottish Government that we have been denied involvement in these crucial negotiations. We have consistently made the case for a guaranteed role for this Government and this Parliament in all stages of development of trade agreements. UK ministers have repeatedly refused to accept that we have a legitimate interest in these matters. Our engagement is limited to what the UK Government chooses to share with us. This doesn't include the detail of tariff and market access offers and what is on and off the table. We've had no information about safeguards for the industries that will be affected by these proposals. Decisions on agricultural tariffs and quotas, they cut across all areas of devolved competence and have direct implications for our economy, as colleagues across the chamber have pointed out so eloquently this evening. It's unacceptable that we're not fully involved. And it's unacceptable that the UK Internal Market Act, which this Parliament rejected, could prevent us from upholding those high food and animal welfare standards that we in Scotland are so renowned for. At present, the Scottish Government and the farming community believe that there are no meaningful safeguards in place to stop our farmers from being undercut by cheaper, lower standard products. And Finlay Carson earlier on raised the point with my colleague Emma Harper about how standards have a role in trade deals. He knows, or I would expect him to know, that you can include equivalence mechanisms in trade deals, but that's not being done, or at least we do not know if it's being done. And as Colin Smith pointed out, your party in government disagreed to amendments to legislation which would have enshrined the protection of standards in trade deals. You refused to do that. The Scottish Government has been consistently clear. Our view is that all imports of Australian agri-food must be produced to equivalent standards of Scottish production, and that any increase in imports must be managed by tariff rate quotas. Our farmers and our world-leading climate action demand this. It must be a priority, not simply agreeing a deal for political reasons, which we know is not financially viable. We will continue to liaise with devolved administrations and the farming sector and press for an urgent change in position. I call on the UK Government again today to firstly respond to my colleague, Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs' letter of 3 weeks ago, to which we've had no response. And I call on them to rethink, to protect farmers across the UK, to prioritise our natural environment and to engage with us so that the Scottish Government and members across this chamber can do what we were elected to do, which is to represent the people of this country and to build a future for Scotland which is based on our values and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate and I close this meeting.
How do you mean no more commission?
Well, no one in Scotland can commission an idea. You know, if I went to BBC Scotland and I said, oh, I've got this great idea for a sitcom, I've got this brilliant idea for a drama, you know, there isn't one person in Scotland that can okay it unless it goes through London.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Full Scottish. What's happening today?
Hello and welcome to the Full Scottish here on Broadcasting Scotland.
Scotland is going to be an independent country.
That need, that desire for independence is ever stronger than perhaps it was in 2014. So there's an obligation that we've got to give leadership to that campaign. That's what Nicola Sturgeon, as our First Minister, has been doing.
My feeling about Boris Johnson is he can't be trusted on anything.
That is now and forever will be known as the rape clause.
I'm old enough to remember going into Europe in '73, and I remember how much of a razor's edge that was a balanced stone. And I think we made it by 53%, if I remember correctly, for going in. And ever since that time, England particularly has been pretty much schizophrenic, down the middle about whether it felt British or whether it felt European. And that schism, that crack has remained throughout English society ever since.
Scotland means business. Scotland's voice won't be stilled, it won't be silenced, it has to be heard.
The work that's been done by Broadcasting Scotland in giving community activists, yes activists, Scottish activists a platform other than the traditional media outlets.